The Hogwarts professor mixed into Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Deathleap, the Angry Spirit of Saturnus. Johnny, among all the motorcycle stunts you have performed over the years, which one was the most dangerous? Johnny, as a top motorcycle rider, what do you think of some motorcycle criminals? What do you want to say to these people? Johnny, can you tell me, when did you start practicing motorcycle riding skills? Did you love it when you were a child? Natasha sat at the table, staring at Johnny across from her. One question, one answer, one interview. These interviews were commonplace for Johnny Blazer. Not to mention that he had a girlfriend who was a reporter before. Although they broke up later, he had long been accustomed to it. He answered one by one according to the previous rhetoric. When I was young, I found that I had a talent in this area, and my family supported me. For criminals, whether they ride motorcycles or not, I think the law should not be lenient. I believe that God will bless the wicked, and they will have their own punishment. Of course, I love New York. In addition to performing, I also want to take a good look at this pearl. And Natasha was not annoyed when she heard that most of Johnny's answers were meaningless and did not contain any valuable information. Imitate a series of processes of reporters. Ask some questions that need to be asked and obtain some information through the attitude of the other party's answers. Then Johnny, I just opened a report on the computer, which ranks the top 10 motorcycle stunt performers in the world. Natasha pointed to the computer beside her and said in a teasing way, you are ranked first on it. What do you think of the other party's ranking? I think there is no problem with the other party's ranking. Johnny said very confidently, the motorcycle skills I performed are basically extremely difficult. Other performers can only show one or two at most, which is enough for them to brag. And I love challenges. The higher the risk factor, the more excited I am. So I think I deserve to be ranked first. Hearing Johnny's confident tone, Natasha showed admiration on her face, as if she was infected by the other party's bravery. This made Johnny even more excited after seeing it. Sure enough, being praised and admired by a beautiful woman, this itself can greatly stimulate male hormones. Then, just as Natasha was about to close the webpage on the computer, suddenly, a pop-up window popped up on the webpage. It seemed to be somewhat similar to an advertisement. It had a very conspicuous name written on it, climbing and riding, unbelievable special effects, or display at the same time. Natasha seemed to open the pop-up window inadvertently. On the computer, a video began to play. In the eyes of the two, in front of an abandoned building, a skeleton with flames was riding a motorcycle with flames. Walking on the road, riding at high speed in front of the building. A very conspicuous burnt mark was left on the road. Then, the motorcycle did not stop directly in front of the building. On the contrary, under the control of the flame skeleton, it began to sprint more violently. With a strong lift, the wheels of the flame motorcycle crawled on the wall of the building at high speed. On the abandoned building, it was visible to the naked eye that the flame motorcycle wrapped in flames violated the laws of mechanics and galloped on the wall of the abandoned building. Johnny saw this scene and his pupils shrank slightly. This was the scene he saw in Hell's Kitchen a few days ago. To be precise, he couldn't stand the influence of the spirit of Saturnus and went crazy. He certainly knew the impact of doing this in a crowd. So, he found an abandoned building with no one in the world to vent his suppressed emotions from the spirit of Saturnus. Although his soul was special, the other party was a demon lord after all. He couldn't avoid being affected by the violent emotions of the other party. However, he had sensed that there should be no one around, so how could he be photographed? Johnny squinted his eyes and thought. He seemed to smell the smell of conspiracy. He came to New York this time, not just because someone invited him, but because he noticed the traces of Mephisto. Johnny, this should be a special effect. While Johnny was thinking, Natasha looked at the video and asked curiously, theoretically, can motorcycle skills achieve such an effect? Of course, we have to believe in science. Johnny said seriously, theoretically, as long as the power of the motorcycle is strong enough, it can achieve the corresponding effect. But, Irina, if you want to know more, you might as well wait until my performance is over tonight, and then we can talk in detail. Natasha heard Johnny's invitation and naturally knew what he meant. She smiled and refused directly. This time, the information obtained was enough. Selling sex again, you can't get much valuable. In the car driving on the road, Carlson was driving the car, and Natasha began to tidy up her clothes in the passenger seat. Natasha, what is the other party's personality like? According to data analysis, the time when the flame skull and the flame motorcycle appeared basically coincided with the time when Johnny Blaze came to New York, and the motorcycle models are quite similar. It is very likely that it is the flame skull himself. Natasha held up a mirror and carefully trimmed her eyebrows and put on lipstick. Hearing Carlson's question, she said lightly, "It should be correct this time." The other party watched the video and his expression changed. The other party's identity can basically be confirmed. As for Johnny Blaze's personality, Natasha pondered for a moment, as if thinking about the various questions mixed in the interview before. The other party seems to be somewhat hostile to evil. To be precise, he is a bit targeted. And he is not pedantic. Kindness is not appropriate for him. Carlson listened to Natasha's judgment, nodded slightly, and thought carefully. Another anti-hero. Too self-conscious. Unless the ability is very special or very strong, it is not recommended to win him over. Of course, he is also a bit lustful. Hearing Natasha's new judgment, the corners of Carlson's mouth twitched. It seems that all men are lustful. Well, that doesn't seem right. Professor Lockhart seems to be a bit abstinent. Carlson, who was driving, had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but they disappeared quickly. Then, snap. Carlson slammed on the brakes, and both of them leaned forward suddenly. The reason for this was that Natasha had just mentioned a piece of news. I suspect that the other party has a connection with the Vincian world or Professor Lockhart. I saw the magic card of the Vincian world in his room. At night, Zeotus Square. The opening ceremony that cost millions will naturally attract a large number of people. In particular, the world's top motorcycle stunt show will be staged tonight. This will bring the topic of the opening ceremony to a new climax. At this time, although it was night, the square was crowded with people and the voices were noisy. Welcome to the opening ceremony of Zeotus Commercial Plaza. Today, we have invited the famous singer Miss Irina, the famous actor, and the world's top motorcycle rider Johnny Blazer. The next show is Miss Irina singing her masterpiece. The next is a song and dance performance. The people in the square watched one show after another, from the initial excitement to a little numbness. After all, no matter how good the food is, you will get tired of it after eating it for a long time. What's more, the quality of most of the shows is also average. And the reason why they are still here is just for those famous stars and the final finale performance, the 400-foot death jump. At this moment, Johnny Blazer, sitting on his motorcycle, closed his eyes, as if sensing the expectations of the audience around him. He has been performing motorcycle stunts since his youth, and all the skills and methods are integrated into his bones. He likes the pleasure of life and death intersecting in an instant. Of course, he also likes the admiration when everyone cheers. All this has shaped Johnny Blazer at this moment. Although there are new changes now, he is still himself. Even with the influence of the spirit of Saturninus, he still wanted to be himself. Next, let's welcome Johnny Blaze, the world's top motorcycle rider, to perform the death leap for us. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hearing the host's passionate voice, Johnny concentrated his mind and started the engine. In an instant, the roar of the motorcycle surrounded the space. Gently turning the handle, Johnny rode the motorcycle forward slowly. Soon, Johnny rode the motorcycle on the square. The people around cheered after seeing it. They may not know how famous Johnny is, but they know how thrilling and incredible this performance is. It is enough to ignite their blood. At this moment, looking from the sky on the open space in the square, it can be clearly seen that there are high slopes on both sides of the square. In the middle, there is a 400-foot long open space. Above the open space, there are a lot of air cushions and other safety measures. Despite this, the danger is still not low for the riders. The death jump is 400 feet long. This is the first motorcycle challenge in the world to have such a long distance. The host kept exaggerating How amazing this competition was on the stage. After hearing this, the audience was completely excited, and they shouted loudly, "Johnny! Johnny, world number one, world number one!" Hearing the audience's strong shouts, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Then he stayed quietly at the starting point, as if waiting for the start of the challenge. Now, our Mr. Johnny Blazer is ready. I believe he will succeed at this time. Just like I believe that Ziotus Commercial Plaza will be glorious in the future. Now, let's count down 10 together. In 10 seconds, Johnny will start his challenge. 10, 95, 4, 10, 95, 4. The host shouted, and the audience around him also shouted loudly. Everyone's emotions were completely mobilized. They all focused their attention on Johnny Blazer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Johnny, accompanied by a loud roar, has already started the motorcycle to the highest level. 3, 2, 1. Everyone shouted the countdown had just ended, and Johnny Blazer suddenly sprinted forward. In an instant, the roar continued. Everyone seemed to find that the motorcycle was like a ball of fire, a rocket that kept sprinting forward madly, stepping into the slope, rising at high speed. Then boom, boom. The motorcycle flew through the air, like fireworks rising into the sky. The thrilling excitement made everyone present deeply worried. It seemed that they were all worried about Johnny's danger, and they seemed to wish Johnny success. Finally, bang, boom. The motorcycle landed steadily on the high platform opposite, and the 400-foot death jump challenge was officially completed. Now, let us congratulate Johnny Blazer, the world's top motorcycle rider, for completing the 400-foot death jump challenge. At this moment, the host's voice seemed very excited. At this moment, Johnny was a little happy in his heart, but he was far less excited than he had imagined. Maybe, although this time he completed it through the body of an ordinary person. But he also knew that he who controlled the hellfire was no longer an ordinary person. At this moment, the spirit of Zatanus in the body seemed to sense that Johnny had completed his performance. He began to urge, and the reluctance and anger seemed to infect Johnny at this moment. Although he could fully exert his power at night and even control Johnny's body, however, in view of the agreement between the two, he did not affect Johnny's performance before. But now, Johnny's performance is over, and it is time to fulfill his conditions. Find Mephisto and fight to the death. 2-in-1 completed, fulfilling the promise of 3 updates. Continue to strive for 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 377, Ghost Rider forces into the Vincian world. At night, New York, Ziotus Commercial Plaza. With the cheers of the crowd, Johnny Blaze successfully performed the 400-foot death jump. It also symbolized the end of the opening ceremony. At this moment, in an open-air parking lot near the square, a black car was dimly lit inside. If you zoom in, you can see 2 SHIELD agents chatting while turning on their computers. "Jenny, I can't believe that Johnny Blaze is actually a flame skeleton." Frandy looked at the screen on the computer in front of him and seemed to be a little emotional. The screen was the surveillance footage of Johnny Blaze performing the death jump just now. There are so many things in this world that surprise you. The captain who was originally dead has come back to life. What else is impossible to happen? SHIELD agent Jenny said calmly. "I hope that the other party will show some signs today, so that I can give an explanation to the commander." TSK, I expected that there might be a big harvest today. Freddy said with a smile. "There are signs of the flame skeleton man appearing every night. I believe today is no exception." Hearing this, Jenny nodded calmly. Continue to focus on the surveillance screen in front of her, and the red circle on the map beside her. Commander Carlson gave the task to monitor Johnny Blaze's every move, especially when the other party appeared on Boren Street in Queens. Early in the morning, New York, Queens. Buzz, buzz. The roar of the motorcycle sounded on the street, attracting the attention of scattered pedestrians on the road. However, most of them could only see a back figure, and this back figure was slowly disappearing at a very fast speed. At this moment, Johnny Blaze was wearing a helmet, riding his precious motorcycle, speeding on the street. His current state is that of an ordinary person. He is not so stupid as to transform into a ghost rider in front of everyone. However, it's my turn now. I want to come out and find Mephisto. A manic thought emerged in his heart. It was the spirit of Saturninus that merged with Johnny Blaze. When Johnny sensed the thought in his heart, a trace of helplessness hung on his face, but he continued to ride forward. However, he quickly comforted himself in his heart. It's almost there. It's almost there. Don't worry, we will get clues about Mephisto soon. Johnny felt fortunate for the spirit of Saturninus, but helpless. Fortunately, if it weren't for the power of the spirit of Saturninus, his soul would have fallen into Mephisto's hands long ago. But helplessly, this spirit of Saturninus has been sealed for a long time, a little stupid, a little stunned. Other things are fine, but when it comes to Mephisto, he is completely crazy. Manic, extreme, angry, crazy. Johnny can now clearly feel the emotions transmitted in his heart. Fortunately, Mephisto is the common enemy of the two, and he also grasped this point, to have the current cooperation. We're almost there, we'll be at our destination soon. Johnny tried to soothe him again, trying to ease the anxiety conveyed by the spirit of Saturninus. Soon, the motorcycle began to slow down slowly. Finally, it stopped at the intersection of Bourne Street. Johnny was a little surprised to see that, although the street was illuminated by street lights, there was no one living there. Although the street was not very prosperous, it should not be remote. Logically, there should be scattered pedestrians even at night. With his mind turning, Johnny slowly pulled the handle. Boom. The loud engine roared, and Johnny entered Bourne Street. Soon, Johnny walked back and forth throughout the entire Bourne Street. Except for the lack of pedestrians, he did not find any abnormalities. No, how could all the shops on the street be closed? Snap. With his mind turning, Johnny suddenly braked and looked around vigilantly, but did not find any enemies. Everything around him was extremely quiet and silent. At this moment, Johnny squinted his eyes, as if he was feeling the temperature from the motorcycle, or sensing the difference in the surrounding environment. Then boom. Instantly, the flames rose, and Johnny Blaze, who was originally flesh and blood, was transformed into a flaming skeleton with the strong flames. The leather jacket he was wearing had wisps of strange flames on the surface. The motorcycle he was riding gradually deformed and turned into a flaming motorcycle. After transforming into the Ghost Rider, Johnny once again sensed whether there was anything abnormal in the surrounding environment. This time, Johnny set his sights in the air. From the perspective of the Eye of Judgment, a thin layer of ripples floated above the street. Although the ripples kept rippling and seemed to have no defense, almost no living creatures were willing to approach the ripples. This was exactly the variant Muggle shielding spell cast by Lockhart. Muggles who were not invited would leave very naturally. After noticing the abnormality, the flaming skeleton stared at the spell above with his eyes, and then took out his shotgun from the side of the car. Holding the shotgun wrapped in hellfire, he aimed at the spell in the air. Bang! With a slight pull of his fingers, a bang, a ball of scorching hellfire shot into the air. The flames exploded, and the spell disappeared. Then, boom, boom, boom. With the continuous roar of the engine, it should be said that the Ghost Rider looked ahead. The feet wrapped in hellfire stepped on his ground, and the hellfire began to burn and flow on the ground as if it had life. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, the entire street ground was like a flaming carpet made of hellfire. In the eyes, there was a sea of fire. The scorching flames made the entire space gradually distorted from the beginning. Boom. 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 The roaring engine sounded again, as if expressing anger for not getting the result he wanted. Johnny could sense the abnormality of the surrounding space, but found that after his actions, he seemed unable to enter the destination. And when the spirit of Saturninus sensed Johnny's powerlessness, it began to get angry. Johnny Blaze, this waste. Rage was rising, and the hellfire seemed to be stimulated and rose again. The orange-yellow hellfire began to glow blue. Ghost Rider raised his right hand wrapped in blue hellfire and grabbed it slightly. Whoosh! The hellfire around him suddenly rose and gathered. Soon, in Johnny's eyes, a blue hellfire gate began to emerge. Although he couldn't control his body now, Johnny also accepted this reality calmly. After all, he really couldn't break through a space channel like Thanos. Boom. The gate emerged, and opposite the gate was a bright square. It was the Vincian World Transmission Square. Seeing this, Ghost Rider twisted the handle without any hesitation, drove his flame motorcycle, rushed forward, and passed through the gate. After entering the square, Ghost Rider braked directly and scanned the surroundings. Hello, welcome to the Vincian world. This is the teleportation square. I'm very sorry, it's past business hours now. The business hours of the Vincian world are from 5 AM to 10 PM. There are still 4 hours before business hours. Please wait patiently or enter the Vincian world during business hours. The Ghost Rider looked up at the elf in the air, who was talking to him. There was only endless indifference on the skull wrapped in flames. If Johnny was controlling the body, it would be fine, but now, the dominant power is in the hands of the spirit of Zatanus. Although Johnny was calling, the spirit of Zatanus did not intend to listen to Johnny's advice. He only had one question now. Tell me, where is Mephisto? In the square, a hoarse voice sounded from the Ghost Rider's mouth. And the elf Shanna still had a smile on her face, or as a robot, it didn't know what fear was. In the original program, the teleportation square itself was to welcome other mages or others who arrived here through space means. Although the flame skeleton in front of him was very strange, the other party had not made any attacking behavior at present. So, Mephisto? Sorry, sir. According to the records, there is no such person in the Vincian world for the time being. Shanna waved her wings and said softly, do you have any other questions? I'm the guiding elf Shanna, you can ask me any questions. At this moment, the Ghost Rider heard Shanna's answer, and his heart was filled with endless mania. Did he get a clue before he rushed here? But the other party actually told him that there was no clue. So, look into my eyes. Let me judge your sins. The Ghost Rider directly caught the moment of waving his wings in the air, and then stared into Shanna's eyes. However, nothingness. Robots have no souls. After realizing the failure of Zatanus, his heart became more and more manic. He didn't know about robots, but he knew what puppets were. However, in his impression, demon puppets can also check memories, and at most they can't burn the other party's soul. Hello, sir. Please let me go, otherwise it will be regarded as your threat of force. Vincian world. For the enemy. After the elf Shanna realized that she was caught, she began to warn expressionlessly. But he didn't finish his words. The Ghost Rider stretched out his pale finger bones and touched Shanna's brow. The next moment, whoosh, the hellfire wrapped around Shanna's body. Crack, crack, crack. It was visible to the naked eye that Shanna's steel body began to deform, and her wings turned orange-red, with wisps of sparks. The body's limbs began to swell slightly, and wisps of flame spewed out of the eyes, mouth, and ears. Soon, the hellfire version of the elf waved its flaming wings and stood next to the Ghost Rider. Looking at the puppet that had been transformed into his own camp, the Ghost Warrior's pale bones vaguely showed a smile. He also has his own methods for puppets. Johnny saw this scene through his body, and the words he wanted to dissuade were stuck. As expected of a big man from hell, he is really powerful. Well, keep observing. Go find everything about Mephisto. The hoarse voice sounded again, and the transformed hellfire elf waved its flaming wings and flew towards the leisure area. In its database, the books in the leisure area have a lot of information. At the same time, the strangeness of the elf Shanna was also discovered by the artificial intelligence of the Vincian world. According to the actions of the Ghost Rider, she was directly judged as an attacker and an enemy. Warning: an enemy appears in the Vincian world teleportation square. According to the regulations, open the magic cage and issue a warning. The information flow flashed quickly, and in an instant, the edge of the entire teleportation square began to flash with golden light. In the eyes of the Ghost Rider, he had just transformed into a puppet, and had not flown far. A golden defense shield appeared in the air of the entire square. No, it should be more appropriate to say that it was a cage. It is allowed to enter, but not to leave. In addition, the magic power in the surrounding environment began to be extracted, and the gravity began to increase. At the same time, some robot warriors began to emerge from the edge of the teleportation square. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of continuous bangs, a large number of bullets were constantly shot at the Ghost Rider like raindrops. However, when the bullets almost touched the Ghost Rider, whoosh, the flames swept, and a large number of bullets were melted as soon as they came into contact with the scorching hellfire, almost unscathed. Seeing the failure of the gunpowder bullet, the robots automatically changed their battle strategy. Zzz. Zzz. The pure white laser condensed by magic shot towards the Ghost Rider. This time, the magic laser successfully hit the Ghost Rider. Although the energy of the laser had been rapidly consumed, I felt my body trembling slightly. The Ghost Rider, or the spirit of Saturninus, began to get angry again. Just some puppets can hurt me. Mephisto, the source of everything, appeared in his mind again, and the irritable spirit of Saturninus clenched his fists tightly. The next moment, boom. The deep blue hellfire entangled in the spring, accompanied by the Ghost Rider punching the ground. With a bang, the hellfire began to spread rapidly to the surroundings. Those robots that came to attack were surrounded by a large amount of hellfire. Then, they began to transform. A large amount of hellfire began to emerge all over their bodies. The limbs, mouth and nose and other body parts began to be transformed by the hellfire. Soon, all the robots in the entire traditional square were transformed into the hellfire puppets of the Ghost Rider. Yeah. Seeing this scene, Johnny shouted excitedly in his heart. He seemed to think that this time, the spirit of Saturninus would win the final victory as usual. However, he did not find that the pale golden cage at the edge of the square still existed. The scorching hellfire burned the pale golden cage. Although the edge of the cage was shimmering, it still stood firm in the end. The cage magic array of the teleportation square is connected to the magic core of the entire Vincian world. And the magic core of the Vincian world is the key to the entire magic card system. After a large number of popularization of the magic card system, a large number of Kamar-Taj mages have continuously input magic power. The magic power stored now is huge. Although the consumption of the cage magic array is not small, it is just a drop in the bucket for the magic core. Z. Bang. Bang. The transformed robots also began to fire magic lasers. However, when the magic core support was cut off, the lasers quickly disappeared. Then these robots turned into shooting bullets. Although the sound of a large number of bullets was heard continuously throughout the square, the golden cage was still not affected at all. Boom. 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 The Ghost Rider was a little dissatisfied when he saw that the puppet he had just transformed was useless. He rode his motorcycle directly towards the golden cage. At the same time, he kept waving the iron chain wrapped with flames in his hand. Whoosh! The high-speed rotating iron chain, combined with the hellfire on its surface, formed a hot flaming disc. Bang! As the Ghost Rider threw it towards the surface of the cage. With a bang, the deep blue hellfire and the light golden cage collided violently. Under the violent impact, coupled with the burning of the hellfire, it can be seen with the naked eye that the surface of the cage has unusually conspicuous cracks and even faint signs of breaking. However, with the flow of magic power, the cracks quickly healed and the cage still shone with golden light. Most of these magic powers are the power of the Kamar-Taj wizard with the help of Ishandi. Among the many magic powers, they are top-notch. Although the hellfire is not bad, it is impossible to crush it in one go. Seeing the Ghost Rider's failed attack and himself being trapped, Johnny began to murmur in his heart. It seemed that this time, the spirit of Saturninus seemed to be in trouble, or kicked the iron foot. Then hiss, hiss, hiss. Johnny looked through the Ghost Rider's sight, and suddenly found that a huge figure appeared not far away, accompanied by the hissing sound of snakes in his ears. A huge python began to emerge and swam towards the teleportation square. The huge body, hard scales, and huge yellow pupils were exactly the basilisk. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Eye of Death vs Eye of Judgment. In the silent meditation room, Lockhart sat cross-legged on the cushion in the middle, meditating with his eyes closed. At the same time, a large number of glimmering lines flashed on the ground, and these lines outlined an extremely complex pattern along a strange trajectory. Ordinary mages would only feel a little confused when seeing such a complex magic circle. Only the magic circle masters who have studied for a long time can see that these magic circles have the effects of concentrating the mind, focusing energy, and refining the soul. If you want to fully understand the effect of the magic circle, you can only fully understand it by looking at the magic circle diagram in person. This magic circle comes from the Kamar-Taj library. To be precise, it was recommended by the Supreme Mage, and Lockhart asked several magic circle masters to build it together. There are many functions that can be played, but Lockhart only needs the most core function. That is refining the soul. At this time, the entire meditation room was filled with a faint white mist extracted from the magic circle. And as Lockhart breathed in and out, the faint white mist that filled the space entered Lockhart's body and then slowly exhaled through his mouth and nose. If you observe carefully, you will find that the exhaled gas is mixed with a trace of grey and black impurities. The whole process is like a cleansing. Dang. Master, we just received an alarm from the Vincian world, saying that there is an enemy invasion. At this time, accompanied by a knock on the door, a serious but slightly flattering voice came from outside the door. Zora, what's the matter? Lockhart sat cross-legged on the futon and asked calmly. It was already midnight. Although he usually used meditation instead of sleep, he would still be a little impatient when being disturbed. However, since Zora dared to knock on the door of the meditation room, he must have something important. Click, click. With a slight sound of the door opening, a middle-aged butler-like man walked in. Master, I just learned from the monitoring system that an enemy broke into the Vincian world and attacked. Zora said very respectfully, after entering the meditation room. At the same time, his palms stretched forward slightly, and a light curtain appeared in the middle. The picture on the light curtain was exactly the scene of Ghost Rider using hellfire to transform the elf Shanna. Lockhart frowned after seeing this. Ghost Rider, why did he come to New York, and even to the Vincian world? Why isn't he against Mephisto? As his thoughts turned, Lockhart had some vague guesses in his heart. At this moment, Zora was motionlessly playing the surveillance footage. He had only awe in his heart for the master in front of him. He originally thought that he was a data life, and the other party should not be able to take him down. But bad thoughts emerged in his heart. Zora only felt that his core data began to become disordered. This made him quickly regain his mind and maintain pure respect. Lockhart glanced at Zora, who had just sensed that the contract was slightly touched. Naturally, he knew that this newly recruited data life was restless. But he didn't care. Time would give him the answer he wanted. Through the curse, he has already taken control of Zora's life. And the magic contract, the brand, is enough to keep the other party loyal. Master, the robot guards I just called in cannot cause any harm to the other party, and they are controlled by the other party with strange means. The progress in the screen has already reached the point where the Ghost Rider burns the entire teleportation square with hellfire and transforms all the robots that attack him. However, the other party should not be able to escape from the magic cage for the time being. Do you need me to release weapons of mass destruction to eliminate the invading enemy? As the intelligence center of the Vincian world, it has a lot of authority in its hands. But in terms of force, it is still limited. Many things can only be discussed with Lockhart's students. Only after obtaining their permission can actions be launched and large-scale weapons of mass destruction be called. Although he cannot use magic, the top weapons left by Hydra before have all fallen into Lockhart's hands and become a member of the Vincian world security system. No, I have arranged it. Lockhart stared at the surveillance footage played by Zora and said lightly, and I think this is a good case to demonstrate the Vincian world security system. Hearing this, Zora lowered his head and responded heavily. He was heavily involved in the security system of the Vincian world. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But the one who broke into the Vincian world today was obviously not ordinary. He didn't even look like a human. His body was made of bones, and the flames burning in his body could actually control other robots. He was unsure about this. He didn't want to be scolded by his master. At this moment, Lockhart called out to his pet, the basilisk, who was guarding the Vincian world. As for himself, this time, the Ghost Rider ran to his Vincian world for whatever reason. Then, Mephisto should be not far away. He wanted to have a good chat with the Lord of Hell. Hiss, hiss. The basilisk spit out its tongue, and its huge body swam on the floor. To be precise, it rushed in a certain direction. Just now, It received the order from its master and knew that the enemy was coming. Naturally, he had to eliminate the enemy. It just so happened that he felt a little itchy all over his body these days. The basilisk excitedly rushed towards the teleportation square. Soon, the basilisk saw a golden cage floating above the square. I also saw the blue hellfire burning on the ground of the square, and the Ghost Rider standing on the edge of the cage, waving his bracelet, trying to break through the predicament. Wow. After seeing the enemy, the basilisk excitedly rushed forward. At the same time, he slightly raised his tail, trying to give the enemy a good look. At this moment, the Ghost Rider saw the huge python rushing towards him, and the huge snake tail that seemed to be slapping at him. He immediately retreated to the back, and called the flame chariot at the same time, trying to avoid the upcoming attack. Boom. The snake tail turned into a light golden magic cage, and fell heavily on the ground. At this time, the basilisk was not very happy to see the enemy escape successfully. Without thinking about it, he rushed directly into the magic cage. After entering the teleportation square, the blue hellfire of the Ghost Rider can be seen everywhere. The huge body wandered on the ground of fire, and as if it had sensed the arrival of the basilisk, the hellfire boomed, and it expanded rapidly as if stimulated, wrapping around the huge body of the basilisk, as if it wanted to control the basilisk like the robot before. However, the dark, glittering magic scales on the basilisk's body firmly blocked the flames outside. At the same time, after sensing the malice of the hellfire, the basilisk did not hesitate to swing its huge body back and forth to crush it. The flames were like being covered with a lot of sand and stones, and were completely crushed. Raw. Knowing that the hellfire did not harm it, the basilisk roared at the Ghost Rider in the distance. It began to swim towards the opponent. When the Ghost Rider felt that the hellfire on the ground could not cause any harm to the basilisk, he was not angry. After all, it was also a scattered hellfire. It was okay to deal with ordinary people, but it would definitely be difficult to cause harm to the strong. Then, watching the python rushing towards him quickly, it even raised its tail high again. But, with the roar of the engine, the Ghost Rider twisted the handlebars and began to ride his flame motorcycle and began to dodge to the side. Boom. The huge snake tail fell on the ground, and a loud bang rose up, and cracks appeared on the ground. Fortunately, the ground of the square is specially made, with good sturdiness, and can be repaired automatically. The basilisk can't think so much. He only knows that his prey has escaped. Then roar. The basilisk roared angrily, and chased the Ghost Rider. At the same time, the snake mouth slowly opened, and a light ball with a grey body and black mist began to emerge in the bloody mouth. This is the ability that the basilisk has mastered after a new round of transformation, the poisonous ball. After the poisonous light ball emerged, the basilisk aimed at the fleeing Ghost Rider and spit it directly. The Ghost Rider not far away seemed to feel the power of the basilisk's attack this time. Snap. He stepped on the brakes hard and drifted 360 degrees in an instant, drifting to the side. Zizzy. Zizzy. The light ball with snake venom gathered was sprayed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the sound of corrosion, a large pit was corroded on the originally clean ground, and it was still expanding. Although the magic circle cast on the ground did not seem to cause too much hindrance, the demon-breaking property of snake venom was fully demonstrated at this moment. Johnny Blaze took a deep breath after seeing this. It was difficult for the hellfire he had just used to burn through the ground. Then, he stopped competing with the spirit of Zatanus for the dominance of his body, and watched the other sides battle quietly. At this moment, the Ghost Rider, or the spirit of Zatanus, relied on his previous experience of hunting large animals in hell. Riding a flame motorcycle, waving a chain wrapped in flames in his hand, he slowly rode towards the basilisk. Whoosh, whoosh. The flame chain was waving at high speed, making a whirring sound in the air. The basilisk found that the prey in front of it dared to attack it, as if it felt that its dignity was challenged. Waving its huge body, it swept across the ground, and swept across the prey in front of it. Whoosh. After the Ghost Rider noticed the basilisk's intention, he lifted the front of the car with force. At the same time, a stream of hot hellfire emerged from the vent. With a whoosh, the flaming motorcycle flew into the air, straddling the huge snake body of the basilisk, as if performing a stunt. At the same time, he swung the flaming iron chain heavily at the basilisk. Bang! With a crisp bang, the iron chain was firmly tied to the body of the basilisk, and with the help of the basilisk's power, the motorcycle made a large drift. He came again towards the body of the basilisk. At this moment, the basilisk only felt a brute force emerging in the middle of his body, pulling heavily to one side and back. He looked up at the iron chain, tied to his body, and the evil Ghost Rider and the flaming skeleton who ran to his body. As if provoked, he began to twist his body, trying to get rid of the burden on his body. When the evil Ghost Rider saw that his iron chain was firmly tied to the basilisk, he used the iron chain to climb onto the body of the basilisk. Start. Bang. The evil Ghost Rider raised his right hand high, and the hellfire began to condense into a purple flaming spear in his hand. This is a higher intensity condensation product of hellfire. Then, the Ghost Rider held a purple flaming spear and stabbed the scales of the basilisk with force. The spear tip collided with the scales, and with a bang, the spear tip shattered, and the scales had visible cracks. Then, as the Ghost Rider exerted force again, the spear stick began to break, but the scales seemed to be about to collapse. Roar. At this moment, the basilisk also felt the pain from its body. With a roar, it seemed that the basilisk was venting the feeling of burning like a raging fire, and at the same time began to twist, as if trying to shake off the attacker on its body. When the Ghost Rider saw that it was effective, he not only did not stop, but became more aggressive. With a pull and a rub of his hands, a purple flaming spear was condensed. As the Ghost Rider exerted force again, he stabbed the basilisk's body fiercely. The same position, this time, directly penetrated. Roar. The scorching hellfire touched the tender flesh. Along with the roar of the basilisk, a smell of meat came, and the Ghost Rider saw it. After touching the opponent's flesh, without hesitation, he began to call for the hellfire. It began to spread along the tender flesh, as if he wanted to transform the huge python like before. This time, the basilisk seemed to feel a fatal threat. It seemed to be a little hesitant, but it still opened its bloody mouth and spit out wisps of grey poisonous mist. It began to float towards the position of the Ghost Rider. Zizzy. Zizzy. Seeing this, the Ghost Rider seemed to feel the power of the poisonous mist, and gave up the idea of continuing to attack without hesitation, and began to dodge. The poisonous mist came into contact with the body. Even though the basilisk had hard scales on its body, it was accompanied by a sizzling sound, and corrosion was visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, it was completely immune to the toxin. But the corrosion of the poisonous mist itself was still inevitable. This was why the basilisk hesitated. Before, if the hellfire had not burned its flesh, it would not have taken such an extreme approach. Then it looked at the Ghost Rider on the ground, looking at the hellfire wrapped around the other's body. Thinking back to the damage it had just suffered, the anger in its heart prompted it to make a decision. The next moment, buzz, the two huge yellow pupils on the snake's head began to glow. At the same time, with Lockhart's tacit consent, the basilisk's original contact lenses began to shrink. Now, the basilisk's deadly yellow pupils began to work. At this time, the Ghost Rider looked up at the huge basilisk in front of him, as if thinking about how to deal with this prey. Then, looking at the very conspicuous yellow pupils on the opposite side, in an instant, he felt a very powerful curse descending on his soul. At this moment, Johnny Blaze felt directly horrified. Although the spirit of Satanus protected his soul with the fire of hell, he began to feel his body sluggish, his consciousness seemed a little fuzzy, and his body began to stiffen. But then, it seemed to react to the root of everything. He stared at the eyes of the basilisk again. This time, the hoarse voice of the Ghost Rider began to sound. Look into my eyes. Let me judge your sins. The two sights converged. One is a deadly curse, the other is a judgment on the soul. They collide with each other and neither will give in. Chapter 379 Cursed Puppet, Tracking Mephisto. You don't plan to save your pet. The power of the curse alone cannot continue to resist the eye of judgment. On the desk in the leisure area of the Vincian world, an old man with a cane and a kind face said with a smile. Opposite him was the owner of the Vincian world, Gilderoy Lockhart. Mephisto, although the Vincian world is open for business. But, the bad guests who come in without permission are not welcome. Lockhart sat at the table, picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "Don't forget, this is the Vincian world, my territory. As the voice fell, accompanied by a crisp sound, the teacup gently fell on the desk. A hidden wave suddenly spread around. At the same time, Mephisto's face froze, as if he had noticed something, but soon his face returned to normal. Vincian world, in the teleportation square. The huge yellow pupils of the basilisk stared closely at the burning eyes in the skull of the Ghost Rider. But the Ghost Rider at this moment, or Johnny Blaze, he only felt that his soul was affected by an inexplicable force, as if it was withering, and began to weaken and dry up rapidly. Endless darkness attacked him, and the breath of death was clearly audible. However, deep in his soul, the fire of hell was still burning. It brought a touch of warmth to his soul, and maintained a certain degree of sanity. As for the spirit of Zatanus, although the curse brought him a lot of pressure, the seal that lasted for thousands of years had already trained his will to an extreme. He held on to this curse, and then tried his best to burn the fire of hell, and activate the Eye of Judgment. He tried to burn the soul of this giant python. At this moment, the basilisk felt as if someone was lighting a fire in his eyes. The scorching and burning feeling made it feel very painful, and it couldn't help twisting its body. If it weren't for the fact that snakes couldn't close their eyes, I'm afraid the basilisk would have closed its eyes long ago. What made it even more tormented was that if it weren't for the magic mark engraved by its master in the depths of its soul, I'm afraid its soul would have burned. But despite this, the golden light in the depths of the soul that symbolized the protection of the soul gradually dimmed, symbolizing that the soul erosion that blocked the fire of hell was getting weaker and weaker. The basilisk could clearly feel the breath of death, which was a familiar suffocation and darkness. It subconsciously wanted to escape and hide, but was ordered by its master to continue to fight. Fortunately, its master had called for support. At this moment, when the basilisk and the Ghost Rider looked at each other, 5 illusory figures appeared on the square. These 5 figures were men and women, but most of them were middle-aged. And they all had one thing in common: their eyes were dull, their faces were pale, their bodies were illusory, and they exuded a powerful and strange curse power. It was the cursed puppet that Lockhart had refined through tens of thousands of Hydra's enemies. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 cursed puppets appeared next to the Ghost Rider and surrounded him in a circle. Then, the 5 cursed puppets stood in a pentagram shape. In an instant, with the 5 of them as the center, gray-black lines appeared on the ground, and they continued to extend and connect. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the dense lines connected with each other to form a strange pattern. The lines in the pattern emitted gray-black gas and began to condense towards the Ghost Rider in the middle. At the same time, the Ghost Rider standing in the middle felt a huge curse force coming at him again. Combined with the deadly curse of the basilisk just now, the two complemented each other, and suddenly, the pressure increased by an unknown amount. Even the hellfire on his body began to dim, and even had a tendency to go out. At this moment, Johnny Blaze, who could originally rely on the remaining sanity of the hellfire, began to become confused and out of control. When the spirit of Zatanus knew that Johnny Blaze's soul had serious problems or even signs of collapse, without any hesitation, he immediately took over the curse power borne by Johnny Blaze's soul. Now, Johnny Blaze can't die yet. If he dies, he will have to return to hell or fall into the seal. I don't know how long it will take to find a host that can carry the power of hellfire next time. Johnny Blaze, who was temporarily isolated from the curse, quickly recovered with the help of hellfire. He was afraid of the danger of death that almost caused his soul to collapse just now. But at the same time, he also felt the double curse power of the spirit of Zatanus. He felt that the fire of hell was suppressed and even had a tendency to go out. He only had endless regrets in his heart. He should have stopped the other party before. Otherwise, how could he reach this point of fighting for life and death? At this moment, Lockhart felt that his carefully refined curse puppet and basilisk had joined forces to gain the upper hand and even suppressed the Ghost Rider. He was very satisfied. Although the curse puppet's means were bloody and cruel, and the consumption was a bit large, but the effect was still very good. But now, the most important thing is Mephisto in front of him. If the other party was not just a phantom at the moment, it would be meaningless to take him down. Otherwise he would have taken action directly. However, for him, it is not impossible to find his clone on Earth through the phantom. Lockhart picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and looked at Mephisto opposite him indifferently. and his toes slowly touched the ground, and a dark golden light quietly enveloped a circle. Wizard talent rewrite reality. In Lockhart's eyes, Mephisto's figure was illusory, symbolizing that the other party was just a powerless phantom. However, behind the phantom, a dark purple line floated, and the line continued to extend, passing through the world of all things, through space, and continued to spread. This is the connection between the clone left by Mephisto on the ground and the phantom. Following this connection, Lockhart's consciousness quickly traveled through, and found the 6 clones and 32 phantoms left by Mephisto on the earth. After feeling Mephisto's arrangement on the earth, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this moment, Mephisto, watching Lockhart drinking tea, felt a little uneasy in his heart. Thinking about it, he said with a smile, "Lockhart, the huge curse power just now, I think many people were sacrificed. Does the Ancient One know? What do you think?" Lockhart asked back, "Why do you think the Supreme Sorcerer doesn't know?" Hearing this, Mephisto fell silent. "Is there anything on the entire earth that the Ancient One doesn't know? The other party controls the time stone, whether it is the past, present, or future. He can see anything he wants." But after a moment of silence, Mephisto's inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger. His intuition told him that nothing good would happen if he stayed here. With a thought, Mephisto began to cancel the phantom in front of him, and said to Lockhart at the same time, "Lockhart, thank you for letting me see this good show. I also have a message for you. This time Johnny was able to come to the world of Vincian, but someone specially guided him. Next time, I hope we can have a chance to cooperate again." As soon as the voice fell, Mephisto was ready to disintegrate the phantom in front of him. Then, he saw Lockhart's dark golden eyes, which made him feel more and more uneasy. At the same time, Lockhart's voice came to his ears. "Mephisto, since you are here, it would not be good to leave empty-handed. I will also give you a gift." Then, 2 words came out of Lockhart's mouth. "Curse." There is more behind it. Chapter 380, Vishanti's contract, Johnny's blame. Curse. Hearing the words uttered by Lockhart, Mephisto felt his heart jump suddenly. The next moment, Mephisto felt an extremely secret curse force suddenly emerge. Then it dissipated into the void. His shadow in front of Lockhart was not affected at all. Just when he thought Lockhart was joking, suddenly, Mephisto's expression changed. He felt that his other clones on the earth, including the shadow, were all affected by an inexplicable curse force. The shadow collapsed on the spot and turned into a stream of light. And the clone, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the breath fell, the soul dissipated, as if it was about to die. However, fortunately, there was his own body as support. Abandoning 3 or 4 clones, the remaining 2 clones were finally successfully saved. At this moment, Lockhart, after knowing Mephisto's decision, did not feel lost. After all, the other party was also a dimensional demon god who traveled through many dimensions. Although he was blocked outside by the Supreme Sorcerer, it was not difficult to protect 1 or 2 of his clones. His attack just now was also to teach the other party a lesson. Let the other party know that Lockhart is not easy to mess with. There are also ways to counter the other party. Otherwise, it would be annoying to appear in front of him all day long. Good tricks, good tricks. Mephisto said with emotion, "This trick, except for the Ancient One, is the first time I have seen it from a wizard in Kamar-Taj." Then, as if savoring it carefully, he said, "It has already involved the law. It is not easy to locate my clone through the phantom." Then, as if provoking, he said, "If you go further, I'm afraid Vishanti will not allow it. Touching the origin has reached the limit that Vishanti can tolerate." Hearing Mephisto's provocation, Lockhart had a blank expression. But he was not prepared to say anything else, but waved his hand gently to disperse the phantom in front of him. But when the phantom dissipated, he left a word. "Lockhart, if you want to gain further insights, or even control the origin, you must break away from Vishanti's contract. As for how to break away from the contract, if you are interested, we can talk about it again." Hearing the words left by Mephisto, Lockhart took a sip of tea and stared at the place where Mephisto disappeared, as if thinking about something. He was not afraid of the contract. With the system, Vishanti might not be able to affect him. But Vishanti wanted his soul and his insights. So, what did the system want? There is no hatred without reason in the world. There is no love without reason. Lockhart deeply agrees with this. The pale golden magic cage that originally surrounded the teleportation square is now gradually dimming and slowly disappearing. The hellfire attached to the ground. As if it was absorbed and transformed, it disappeared with the disappearance of the cage. And the marble floor that was previously bumpy due to the battle, as if time was reversed, slowly repaired. Soon, everything returned to the time before the Ghost Rider entered the teleportation square. Of course, there are still some debris left in the square. For example, the robot transformed by the hellfire now only has black wreckage left on the ground. In the center of the square, opposite the basilisk, Ghost Rider was lying on the ground, in a coma. Above him, there was still a faint grey mist, as if suppressing the hellfire all over Ghost Rider's body, to prevent him from waking up again. At this moment, the basilisk's attention was obviously not on its previous enemy, Ghost Rider. Instead, it slowly shrank its body and slowly swam forward. In front of him, stood a familiar figure, his master Lockhart. At this moment, Lockhart touched the basilisk's head, and felt the slightly raised bulges on both sides of the other's head. A faint smile appeared on his face. The basilisk, which swallowed the essence of a giant dragon and successfully transformed, has indeed further increased its strength. He encouraged the basilisk in his heart. The basilisk shook its head slightly, as if expressing the excitement and joy of being encouraged by its master. It stretched out its snake tongue, licked Lockhart's cheek slightly, and then retracted it immediately. This is its way of expressing love. But it also knows that once in a while is fine, and its master doesn't like to be licked frequently. At this moment, Lockhart didn't care about the little movements of the basilisk. Instead, he walked in front of the Ghost Rider. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 5 cursed puppets around him slowly disappeared. As if sensing the disappearance of the curse suppression, the hellfire that was originally suppressed all over the body began to slowly rise. Lockhart saw the Ghost Rider, whose body began to emit sparks, and stretched out his magic wand to clearly see the brows of the Ghost Rider's skull. But, in an instant, a light golden rune quietly appeared between the skull's eyebrows. Then, the hellfire that had just emitted sparks slowly disappeared. At the same time, the Ghost Rider, who was covered in bones, began to change his body shape, and flesh and blood began to fill up. Finally, Johnny Blaze's figure came into view. Sorry, I completely lost control. This was done by another soul in my body. It has nothing to do with me. Johnny Blaze, who had been observing the whole scene, felt that he had regained control of his body. He began to constantly blame others. The other soul in my body comes from hell. It is very manic, uncontrollable and easily stimulated. Woo woo. Lockhart heard Johnny's constant shirking, frowned, and moved his wand slightly. In an instant, Johnny's mouth was sealed, and he could only make a woo-woo sound. Johnny Blaze, I know your origins. The lucky man who traded with Mephisto, successfully reached an agreement with the spirit of Synopsis, and controlled the fire of hell. Hearing Lockhart's identity, Johnny's eyes widened, very surprised. After Lockhart finished talking about robbing your identity, the topic changed, and became extremely oppressive. No matter who you are, or who you have reached an agreement with, the Vincian world is not a place where you can run wild. You broke in, and tried to attack the guards. The most important thing is that you failed, and were caught by me. You must pay the price. Do you understand? Hearing what Lockhart said, Johnny Blaze opened his mouth and whooshed, as if he wanted to explain something. However, seeing Lockhart's indifferent eyes, his voice gradually lowered. Seeing Johnny Blaze in complete silence, Lockhart waved his wand again, to unseal the other party's mouth. I'll ask again, do you understand? Lockhart asked Johnny Blaze again, his tone indifferent and cold. At the same time, the basilisk on his shoulder kept spitting out its tongue at Johnny, and its cold eyes silently stared at its prey. And around, the illusory figures of 5 cursed puppets appeared again. It seemed to warn Johnny that he either agreed or fell into death again. As if aware of his own crisis, Johnny Blaze chose to follow his heart. I understand. I understand. After hearing the other party's answer, Lockhart nodded slightly. The hostile relationship between Ghost Rider and Mephisto, coupled with the other party's good strength, It is undoubtedly proved that the other party is a good chess piece. Therefore, he will naturally not wipe out the other party at will. However, there is something on Ghost Rider that he is also very interested in, such as the price for your entry into the world of all things, I need you to split a part of the hellfire for me. Chapter 381, Queen Frigga's Prophecy, The Fallen Mage. Asgard. In the center of the vast sea of stars, a continent seems to have existed forever, exuding an ancient atmosphere. In the center of the continent, majestic palaces symbolize the prosperity of Asgard. In the splendid golden palace, the heroes and generals of Asgard are holding a grand banquet. The reason for holding the banquet may have been forgotten by everyone. Perhaps it is to celebrate the end of a martial arts competition, or to celebrate the birthday of a general, or more likely everyone thinks that the banquet is a great thing. In short, on this day, that is not a special holiday, the banquet hall of the Golden Palace is bustling. A steady stream of fine wine and food is sent into the banquet hall by the servants of the Golden Palace. The rough and wild warriors are bragging loudly while enjoying the food. Some drunk guys take off their shirts at the instigation of others and collide with each other like wild bulls in the center of the banquet hall, wrestling and fighting. There are also guys who are afraid of chaos in the world, shouting and cheering. Although the scene was chaotic, it was full of the passion that Asgard warriors should have. After every grand banquet, it would turn into a big fight. This was the tradition of the Asgardians. Their blood was full of martial blood. They were always full of passion for life and war, which made them, and the world of Asgard, full of vigorous vitality. What was completely different from usual was that Thor, the god of thunder who had always been the center of the whole banquet, frowned slightly at this time, and sat in the corner drinking wine. It formed a strong contrast with the lively scene next to him. These people seemed to know the reason why Thor drank wine, or seemed to know that Thor was in a bad mood, and everyone came to disturb him. Thor kept putting mead into the cup, and drank it one cup after another, as if drinking water. 1 cup. 2 cups. 10 cups. Finally, Thor seemed to feel uncomfortable drinking from a cup, and started drinking directly from a pot. After drinking a pot of mead, bang, Thor smashed the pot hard on the ground, making a sound of breaking. Well, generally speaking, smashing wine glasses at a banquet is a sign that the people of Asgard are in a good mood. However, if you look at Thor's expression, you will find that he is not happy at all, not to mention that he smashed the wine jug, as if this is a habitual behavior. Sif, who was not far away, had been watching this scene. Seeing Thor, who was unhappy, she reached out and slightly pulled her golden dress, took a jug of wine and 2 cups, and slowly walked forward. "Here, Thor. Hi." Hearing a familiar voice in his ear, Thor looked up to the left and saw Sif in a golden dress and greeted her. Then he reached out and took the wine jug and wine glass from Sif's hand. "Thank you, Sif." Hearing Thor's voice of thanks and then looking at his slightly sad face, he said with some heartache, "Thor, don't worry about Loki anymore." Well, as Thor's best friend and also a personal participant in the previous Destroyer War in Midgard, I understand very well why Asgard Prince Thor, the god of thunder, looks sad. Because Thor's brother Loki may also die if he falls under the Rainbow Bridge. Although Sif has never had a good impression of Loki, because in her eyes, Loki is really not like a real Asgardian. He lacks the toughness that Asgardians should have, and is more feminine, like a snake. Well, although the girls in Asgard like Loki very much, he is the most famous dramatist and artist in the country. But she still likes warriors like Thor. Brave. Strong. Brave. Sif looked at Thor in front of her, looked around and found that there were not many people around, so she lowered her head slightly and let her golden hair fall on Thor's shoulders. She whispered in Thor's ear, "Thor, I have a piece of news for you. Today, the God King summoned the court wizards to hold a prophecy ceremony, led by Queen Frigga, and my mother was also among them. It is said that part of the prophecy seems to be related to Loki." At this point, Sif paused slightly, looking at Thor with a hint of excitement on his face, and said softly, "So, Loki may not be dead." Hearing this, Thor's face showed excitement. He directly poured a full cup of wine for Sif in front of him with a wine jug, and then refilled a cup for himself. He raised the wine glass and gestured, then drank it in one gulp. The cup turned over, and only a few beads of wine fell on the ground. Bang! After drinking it, he smashed the wine glass hard on the ground, making a crisp sound of breaking. At this time, the Asgardian warriors around could see that their prince's state was obviously different, and he didn't feel depressed as before. Although they didn't know why, they rushed forward and drank at full speed like in the past. Thor's mood at this time was obviously better. Like the banquet before, he kept taking the full wine glass handed over by the attendant next to him, one cup at a time, and then bang, bang, bang. With the crisp sound, the ground was full of wine glass fragments. Seeing this, the people around him were also unwilling to lag behind, and began to drink big mouthfuls, and kept smashing the cups on the ground to show their excitement. Sif, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and smiled faintly, as if she was relieved. After the banquet, Thor, the drunken god of thunder, held Mjolnir, swayed slightly, and walked towards the depths of the Golden Palace. And the direction he was walking was the palace of his father, the god King Odin. New York, Hell's Kitchen, a dark alley. Sir, I'm here. Mephisto stood at the entrance of the alley with a cane. The lights on the street shone on his cheeks, revealing a bit of weirdness. I don't know, is there anything I can help with? At this moment, although Mephisto looked kind, his tone was very flat. Or, because of the black-robed man in front of him, most of his clones who came to the earth were wiped out. No one would be in a good mood. The black-robed man opposite did not directly answer Mephisto's question. Instead, he was silent for a moment before asking back. Mephisto, what do you think of Lockhart? He's quite capable, and has great potential. Mephisto pondered for a moment and said softly, I think the Ancient One should be very optimistic about him. When he heard the words of the Ancient One, Mephisto clearly noticed the fluctuations in the black-robed man's expression. After confirming his guess, Mephisto smiled a little and continued, this Lockhart has already come into contact with the power of the origin. His next step should be to break away from the contract with Vishanti. How about it? Are you interested? The black-robed man, or Master David, showed a trace of greed for the bait thrown by Mephisto. However, he soon became alert. As a mage of Kamar-Taj, he has seen many tricks of the dimensional evil gods. The bait is very good, but it requires life. He still values his life very much. However, of course I'm interested in breaking the contract. David said hoarsely, but I have my own way, so I won't bother you. David directly accepted his identity as a Kamar-Taj wizard. Mephisto, I wonder how interested you are in the defensive magic circle formed by the three major temples? Hearing what the black-robed man in front of him said, Mephisto's face remained unchanged, but his heart suddenly jumped. The core obstacle that prevented them from entering the earth included the top defensive magic circle formed around the earth. Otherwise, even if the Ancient One was strong, they couldn't beat him, but couldn't they hide? Moreover, in the current situation, it would cost a lot to split a clone to prevent the magic circle from rejecting him. He didn't even dare to exert his strength too much, for fear of being monitored. What do you want? Mephisto did not answer, but continued to ask his own questions. My request is very simple. Lockhart is my enemy, but now, he is also your enemy. Catch him in front of me, and hand him over to me. Then, I will tell you the location of the three major temples and the method to temporarily break the defense syndrome. Mephisto was thoughtful about the request made by the black-robed man. This Lockhart is quite popular. Dormammu also wants him, and the fallen wizard from Kamar-Taj in front of him also wants him. It seems that he has to interrogate him carefully before catching him. He is quite confident that he can catch Lockhart. Even if the other party has touched the origin, it is not worth mentioning to his original body. Lockhart, his strength is very difficult to deal with. Mephisto seemed to be a little distressed and said, it may be difficult with my power on Earth alone. If you want to really catch him, it is better for me to come in person. David was a little speechless about Mephisto's attitude. How could he not know that the other party wanted to bargain? So, he said hoarsely again, if it doesn't work, then I'll find someone else. Dormammu seems to have a deep hatred for Lockhart. That's right, Lockhart has captured 3 more Dormammu followers, and this matter has spread all over Kamar-Taj. Don't worry, although the opponent is very difficult to deal with, it is still no problem to catch him. Mephisto interrupted, but I need his detailed information. The weakness of the magic circle is simply a huge temptation for the surrounding dimensional demons. If this news is true, it can bring him great value. Hearing Mephisto's request, David's mouth curled up and agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few words briefly and turned away. However, for some reason, the two did not seem to sign a contract as a guarantee. It seemed that both parties were very confident in each other. In the morning, the Zeotis Hotel, room 702. Johnny Blaze was lying on the big bed in the room. His eyes seemed to be staring at the ceiling with a dull look, and he was fiddling with a black card in his hand. In the early morning, he was severely taught a lesson by the master of the world of all things. Even the Hellfire had to cut off a small part. Fortunately, the other party kept his promise, otherwise he might not be able to come out. Johnny shuddered when he thought of being suppressed in his body without any resistance. Revenge, revenge, revenge on the Vincian world. Johnny was a little helpless about the manic thoughts of the spirit of Jane Austen in his heart. Yesterday, the other party was like crazy, fighting with the other party. Let's fight. Even the master didn't come out, and he failed. He still wants to seek revenge on the other party. Does he want to live? The idea of complaining was fleeting. Johnny put Mocha in front of him, stared at the name on the card, and comforted. If you want to find traces of Mephisto, I'm afraid you have to get it from the Vincian world. So, let's not fight the Vincian world recently. Hearing this, the spirit of Zatanna slowly fell silent. The world is so big, but it's not as big as killing Mephisto. At this moment, suddenly, bang, 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 a familiar knock on the door sounded, and the assistant's words came from outside the door. Mr. Blazer, the reporter from the New York Daily News came to see you again. He said he has something very important to discuss with you. Do you think it's convenient now? Johnny was a little surprised to hear what the assistant said. A reporter came to interview yesterday. Why is he here again today? It would be fine at night, but he came to his room in broad daylight to interview. What does it mean? Could it be that the death jump performed last night was so attractive? With a flash of thought, Johnny shouted loudly to the outside of the door. Wait a moment, I'll come and open the door right away. As Johnny shouted loudly, Johnny quickly tidied the quilt and walked towards the door. After opening the door, he saw the familiar blonde beauty from yesterday. Hello, Miss Irina. Johnny stretched out his right hand to the Black Widow Natasha and said politely, come in and sit down. Then he invited the other party into the room. Miss Irina, I wonder if there is anything I can help you with. Sitting at the round table, Johnny looked at the Black Widow's dark green gem-like eyes and said gently. At this moment, Natasha seemed to know what the other person was thinking. Without saying anything, she took out a laptop from her pocket. After opening it, a video appeared on it. In the video, it was a scene of the Ghost Rider forcibly opening a door to the Vincian world through the Hellfire last night. Seeing this picture, Johnny knew that the identity behind this Miss Irina was definitely not simple. Who are you? What do you want to do? Facing Johnny Blaze's questioning, Natasha showed a soft smile on her face and said gently, hello, Johnny, I'm from SHIELD, affiliated with the World Security Council, responsible for handling various abnormal events around the world. You can call me Natasha. As she said that, Natasha took out a black card and placed it in front of Johnny and said at the same time, Johnny, since you came to New York, you have made a lot of noise every night. If we hadn't taken action, I'm afraid the internet would have been abuzz with it. Johnny ignored what Natasha said. Now, his attention is focused on the familiar black card in front of him. What is the relationship between your shield and the Vincian world? Chapter 382, The Abnormality of the Cosmic Cube, Essential Skills for Shield Agents. Deep in the universe, an unknown purple planet. Somewhere on the planet, a black, huge, ferocious alien space battleship is located high in the sky. At this time, Thanos, the tyrant, is sitting in the command room on the top of the battleship. This cabin, which should be full of various high-tech equipment, has been transformed. Now it is full of silence and solemnity with black paint. At the end of this cabin full of black halo, there is a stone throne. It looks like it is made of obsidian. It is not very luxurious, but it is huge and very suitable for Thanos' body. Thanos is a humanoid creature, but he looks completely different from the Earthlings. He sits on his throne, wearing a battle armor interwoven with gold and blue, and metal short boots of the same color on his feet. He also wears a gold and blue helmet inlaid with gems on his head. He looks like a giant. Standing up, he is at least 2.5 meters tall and has a strong body, but the exposed skin is purple and full of wrinkles. Especially on his chin, the wrinkles were a little scary, like a purple potato. However, his blue eyes like animal pupils were very calm. Thanos sat on his throne, sitting there in the posture of a thinker. He looked straight ahead, his eyes were indifferent, looking at Loki who was wearing a tall golden helmet and looked like a deer antler. At this time, Loki raised the Mind Scepter in his hand and said loudly in a rather arrogant tone, "Respected Lord of the Dark Order, Thanos. I, Loki Odinson, the son of Odin, the future Lord of the Nine Realms, will definitely keep my promise. When your army helps me become the queen, I will definitely bring the Space Stone to you." Hearing this, Thanos nodded and then remained silent, as if he was a little disdainful and even too lazy to say a word. Loki below saw the seriousness of this scene, and a trace of gloom flashed across his face, but then he smiled. He still needs Thanos' Chitauri fleet. I can't turn against him now. I'll wait until he occupies Midgard and becomes the king of Midgard. Then, humph, such an indifferent attitude is not, because I'm down and out. When I become the Lord of the Nine Realms, the first one to be destroyed is Thanos' dark cult, especially that Ebony Maw. Damn guy, he actually dared to mock me. I must torture him severely when the time comes. The thought turned in his mind and Loki put it deep in his heart. Then, he bowed to Thanos and walked out of the hall. Night. Cosmic Cube Research Base. Central Research Room. Buzz. A cube shining with indigo light floated in the air. It was floating without support, and it looked particularly strange. It can be seen with the naked eye that the space near it was like the surface of water, with waves appearing, as if the entire space was distorted. This is a 084 item that SHIELD has treasured for more than half a century, the Cosmic Cube. However, focus your eyes on the researchers in white coats on the ground. The hurried footsteps and anxious expressions will indicate that an accident has occurred at the base. Conduct the 36th experiment, the tungsten rod touch test. A middle-aged researcher in a white coat and a slightly fat figure said seriously. If Lockhart were here and saw this person, he would know that this was the astrophysicist, Dr. Selvig, whom he met when he first came to the Marvel world. Now it seems that he has joined SHIELD to study the Cosmic Cube. And when Selvig gave the order, it didn't take long. Around the Cosmic Cube, 12 silver-white mechanical arms kept turning around it, as if looking for a suitable position. Soon, 4 of the mechanical arms raised 4 tungsten rods and touched the Cosmic Cube in the middle. Then buzz. At a distance of 90 centimeters from the Cosmic Cube, the tungsten rod, which could have been called the main material of the Rod of God, and was strong enough to resist atmospheric friction, was like confetti, shattered and fell. Dots of white ash appeared on the ground, as if to show the results of this test. James, record the results of this study. Selvig's slightly disappointed voice sounded. Looking at the energy data displayed on the screen in front of him, he continued, the 36th tungsten rod touch test failed. Most of the tungsten rods disappeared, leaving only some debris in the form of fragments. The energy distribution around the Cosmic Cube is suspected to be a high-intensity energy impact. Now, conduct the 37th test, the Magic Arm Touch Test. As Selvig gave orders again, the researchers who stayed in front of the complex and precise instruments began to press buttons one by one, as if debugging something. At the same time, all the mechanical arms extended backwards, and then the 6 mechanical fingers at the tip were fully opened. The existence in the middle that was similar to a pipe emerged with a lavender light. After Selvig saw it, his eyes showed a hint of obsession. This is magic. Before, in New Mexico, when I first met Lockhart, I saw the magic of magic. Without any tools, just energy, you can make your wishes come true. It's amazing. After joining SHIELD, knowing their research on magic, it is natural to join them. And the more I study, the more I sigh at the wonders of the magic provided by Lockhart. It looks like energy, but it is not energy. It is like having its own soul. It has a delicate structure and sharp reaction. It is amazing. At this moment, he was paying attention to the purple light slowly emitting from the center of the mechanical arm. Their research on magic power is still in its early stages, because it has not been long. Although it can achieve the effective initial materialization of magic power, it takes a long time. Then, he set his sights on the cosmic cube again. Looking at this familiar cosmic cube, Selvig sighed inwardly. Alas. The sudden unexpected situation of the cosmic cube caught him off guard. After many tests, he could not touch the cosmic cube at all, let alone take it down. Now he just hopes that the director. Step. At this moment, a hurried footstep sounded in the laboratory. Selvig turned his head and saw Sitwell and Clint Barton, with Director Nick Fury and Black Widow Natasha rushing forward. Director, you are finally here. Selvig strode forward and said hurriedly, last time, the information you obtained said that the cosmic cube was suspected to be the treasure of the god King Odin in Norse mythology, the dragon's gem. Have you obtained more relevant information now? I need enough information to determine what the problem is. After hearing this, Nick Fury nodded to Natasha beside him and comforted her. Drive Selvig, don't worry, Natasha is now living in the Vincian world. Only she can check the information about the dragon's gem at present. I believe she will not let us down. At the same time, Natasha said, drive Selvig, I learned from the books in the Vincian world. Odin, the king of the gods in Norse mythology, controls the eternal spear in the dragon's gem. The dragon's gem is said to have infinite energy and is the weapon of the god King Odin in the battles in the 9 realms. According to the records in the books, the dragon's gem is suspected to allow the owner to control space. The Rainbow Bridge in Norse mythology may be based on the dragon's gem. Listening to Natasha's introduction, Selvig fell into thought. The cosmic cube contains almost infinite energy, which he already knew through experiments. But controlling the cosmic cube can control space? Thinking about the previous tests, a large amount of matter disappeared out of thin air, and only a small amount of debris remained. Originally, it was speculated that it was related to energy impact, but now it seems that it may be closely related to space. While thinking, Selvig turned around and shouted to the researchers, call out the space confinement device that the base has previously studied, and set up high-intensity space confinement positions around. Okay, Doctor. After hearing this, the researchers in the corner immediately responded and started to contact by phone. Selvig also walked directly to the observation instrument to prepare for further research on the space data. Natasha saw Selvig's hurried performance, as if racing against time, and smiled and said nothing. Clint and Sitwell next to them were already used to it. They used to be stationed at the Cosmic Cube research base, and had a better understanding of Dr. Selvig's personality. They had encountered such rude actions many times. Director, I spent a lot of magic points reading the magic book during this investigation. Natasha glanced at the floating cosmic cube in the air without caring. Then she walked to Director Nick Fury and said with a smile, I saw a potion in the trading area that helps mages practice. I heard from others that it is very helpful for mages like me who have just come into contact with meditation. Director, can you give me more magic points? Nick Fury heard what Natasha said, rubbed his forehead helplessly, and said, go to Carlson and see what he says. In response, Natasha, as if she had expected it, immediately said, I talked to Carlson, and he said that, as long as you agree, it's fine. Hearing this, Nick Fury's mouth twitched and said, how many magic points do you need? Since he was going to let Natasha come to practice magic, the magic point reserves of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to fluctuate violently. Does it take so much to train a mage? It was only a month of back and forth, and Natasha had consumed nearly 1 million magic points. You know, ordinary materials, such as gold, cannot be exchanged for magic points. The exchange materials required by Lockhart are basically closely related to magic, and he can only earn magic points by selling some 084 items. Up to now, many of the various strange items collected by S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years have entered Lockhart's hands. Alas, it turns out that being a platform is to make money. Nick Fury secretly complained, and then put his hot eyes on the cosmic cube, revealing a hint of expectation in his eyes. The cosmic cube is his hope to break through the magic blockade. This is also true. Let's not talk about weapons. Regarding magic points, they extracted the energy of the cube not long ago and condensed it into energy blocks. Try to test whether it can be exchanged for magic points. The result is gratifying. The Vincian world collects, although the exchange ratio is a little exaggerated. But the energy of the cosmic cube is almost infinite. Then the energy blocks of the cosmic cube that can be condensed will also be infinite accordingly. With such a simple conversion, they will have the opportunity to obtain an infinite number of magic points in the future. At that time, it is time to let Lockhart know the power of financial means. And now, the most important thing is to solve the abnormal problem of the cosmic cube. This is his source of wealth, and nothing can go wrong. 100,000 magic points. Natasha hesitated and said the number she needed. She found that the Vincian world is a very good place. Magic can be used for beauty. 100,000. Fury hesitated, looked at his confidant Natasha's expectant eyes, and said, "This is a bit too much. 50,000. Cut it in half at once." Faced with such a situation, Natasha was excited, but her face showed a trace of helplessness and said, "Okay, director. I'll go to Carlson first, and then contact the bureau. If it's not enough later, well, 15,000 magic points for the first course of treatment are enough. At that time, it should be no problem to report an intelligence fee. After all, chatting with a female wizard is a way to obtain intelligence." As for getting the wool from the bureau, Natasha said, habit becomes nature. This is a necessary skill that every agent should master. Reimbursement. At this moment, Clint and Sitwell left Natasha and the director early. They were not interested in the conversation between the two. They ran to the cosmic cube and carefully observed the cosmic cube floating in the air. Seeing the brilliant blue color of the cosmic cube, the two of them showed a trace of surprise in their eyes. At this moment, suddenly, the cosmic cube floating in the air began to flash non-stop. Strange runes began to appear one after another on the 6 indigo surfaces of the cosmic cube. "Director, Doctor, there is an abnormality," Clint shouted loudly, and at the same time, he reached out from his back to take out his crossbow. However, he did not pay attention to his companion next to him, Sitwell. A strange golden light flashed in Sitwell's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a trace of confusion and at a loss. But in just 2 or 3 seconds, his expression returned to normal. "Quick, activate the space confinement device. Maximum intensity." In response to Hawkeye Clint's call, Selvig also gave a hasty order. He found that the space was fluctuating sharply through the spatial data on the screen in front of him. The frequency of the fluctuation and the data displayed were somewhat similar to the previous opening of the portal by Lockhart. What does this mean? Selvig had a guess. The researchers around heard what Dr. Selvig said. They immediately activated the space confinement device that had just been moved in. However, as soon as Selvig finished speaking, everyone saw that the cosmic cube suddenly emitted stronger energy fluctuations and then instantly became a blue light curtain. At the same time, Loki, wearing a golden horned helmet and holding a scepter of mind, took a step forward. "People of Midgard, your future king is back." Chapter 383. Nick Fury, go and ask Professor Lockhart. "Who are you?" The shield agent on the side asked loudly to Loki, who was standing under the cosmic cube with an arrogant smile. "This is the shield base. Put down your weapon." At the same time, the researchers around were a little overwhelmed when they saw Loki suddenly appearing in strange clothes. At this moment, Clint and Sitwell looked at each other and seemed to be communicating something. Midgard, according to the previous intelligence of S.H.I.E.L.D. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the name of the Asgardians. In addition, the source of the cosmic cube is likely to be related to the god King Odin. Therefore, the invader this time is likely to be from Asgard. Immediately bang, bang, bang. Sitwell immediately opened fire. Clint himself quietly went around Loki's side, as if he was ready to take advantage of his inattention and make a fatal blow. With Sitwell's first gunshot, the researchers around seemed to be activated and ran back quickly. At this time, they were powerless, so it was better to stay away. When Nick Fury and Natasha, who were standing not far away, saw this, they immediately stopped talking, took out their pistols, aimed at non-lethal parts of Loki's hands and feet, and started shooting, trying to catch this alien. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of bullets were fired at Loki. However, the bullets passed through Loki's body, as if passing through the air, splashing green waves. But there was no trace of blood on the other side, and there was no trace of pain on the other side. At the same time, Clint, who had slowly circled behind Loki, saw this scene. He stopped in surprise, and looked around very vigilantly. How could he not know that the so-called Loki in front of him was definitely an illusion, and his real body was now unknown? He suddenly felt as if there was a hard object approaching his chest, and he felt creepy. He was about to retreat to avoid the sudden attack, but just as the thought came up, he suddenly felt that his chest was pressed. Then, he felt a flash of green light in front of his eyes, and his mind began to quickly fall into confusion. Who am I? I'm Clint Barton, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., codenamed Hawkeye, and I obey Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. No. Who do I obey? Who is my master? The thoughts in his brain began to become unusually active with a golden energy fluctuation, and then changed automatically, as if his cognition was distorted. Almost within a few seconds, Clint's eyes were suddenly shrouded in a black mist. The chaotic thoughts and cognition in his brain came to an abrupt end. I know. My master is Loki, the future master of Midgard. My mission is to help him become the king of Midgard. In an instant, Clint saw Loki standing in front of him in golden armor, bowed his head and gently stroked his right shoulder to show his submission. After seeing this, Loki nodded with satisfaction, patted Clint on the shoulder, and turned his head to look at the illusion he had cast. Seeing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were still shooting, he frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. Immediately, he waved the scepter in his hand, and a hidden energy wave quickly spread around. In a blink of an eye, a large number of phantoms of Loki wearing dark green leather armor and golden horned helmets appeared in the laboratory. At first glance, they were exactly the same as the real ones, making it difficult to distinguish. At the same time, the transformed Hawkeye Clint Barton, without any hesitation, raised his crossbow and shot at the nearest S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Ho, ho. Along with Hawkeye's attack, a black arrow instantly pierced the throat of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. It was visible to the naked eye that a large amount of blood flowed out along the blood hole pierced by the arrow. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was full of disbelief, as if he had not expected his superior to attack him. But in his thirst for life, he subconsciously covered his throat desperately, making a hoarse sound, trying to reduce the loss of blood. But in the end, he knelt on the ground and died. Attention, attention. Hawkeye has betrayed. Be careful to avoid, unlimited counterattacks are allowed. Nick Fury, who saw this scene, immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, he quickly ran to the nearest experimental instrument and used the huge machine to avoid Hawkeye's attack. He knew the ability of his confidant. Natasha did the same. After finding a place to hide, she began to attack Hawkeye with a gun. However, the places she attacked were all non-lethal parts. It seemed that she still wanted to save her comrades. She knew that Barton was controlled by someone's mind. She had seen it in magic books. People of Midgard, surrender is your only choice. Loki's many phantoms opened their mouths at the same time, and the sound floated throughout the laboratory. At the same time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents closest to Loki, such as Sitwell, had a thin layer of black mist on their faces, and began to be transformed and controlled one by one. I will be your only king, and I will take you with me. Bang, bang. Nick Fury heard Loki's arrogant tone, and fired several more shots in a row, but found that they were all phantoms, and he was a little helpless. Give up resistance. Loki's arrogant voice sounded again. Then bang. An object shaped like a grenade suddenly appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Nick Fury, Natasha and other remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents covered their ears. Then, a sharp, high decibel buzzing sound sounded. Waves appeared in the air of the laboratory. At the same time, many of Loki's phantoms in the room began to change and distort significantly. It seemed that Loki's magic was strongly disturbed. After seeing the magic interference grenade specially made by S.H.I.E.L.D. take effect, Nick Fury's black face showed a trace of joy. At the same time, the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the scene aimed at Loki's body, the only one whose figure was not distorted among the many phantoms. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dense bullets shot towards Loki. This time, the bullets successfully hit Loki. But after the dark green magic leather armor on Loki's body appeared fluorescent, almost most of the bullets were blocked by it. However, the few bloodstains on Loki's face seemed to indicate that Nick Fury's attack had an effect. However, with the physique of Asgard, or the Frost Giant, it is impossible to break the defense. Humble ants, how dare you hurt your king? Loki touched the wound on his cheek with his fingers, and looked at the faint blood on his hand, and he made an angry voice. Being hurt by some mortal ants is simply a great shame for the future king of the Nine Realms. Angry Loki no longer thought about controlling these men. He began to wave the Mind Staff, and aimed at a nearby shield agent. But, in an instant, a light golden beam of light instantly hit the agent. In the eyes of Natasha, Nick Fury and others, the agent's body was like flying ash after being hit. The body collapsed, leaving only some grey dust falling to the ground. Disobey the king, only death can atone for your sins. After seeing the death of the shield agent who had just attacked him, Loki's arrogant voice once again spread throughout the laboratory. Then, Loki waved the Mind Staff continuously. Buzz, buzz, one after another, pale golden beams flew wildly in the laboratory. The lucky shield agents successfully dodged and survived. Those who didn't have time to dodge were turned into ashes and died completely. At this time, Clint Barton, Sitwell, Selvig and others who had been controlled gathered behind Loki. Their eyes revealed a little fanaticism, as if they were following their future master. I said that surrender is your only way out. Loki's proud voice sounded again. Nick Fury saw that the situation was hopeless and gave Natasha a look. Then he took out the walkie-talkie and gave a quick order. Then warning, warning. The base has been invaded. The base has been invaded. It will self-destruct in 3 minutes. Please evacuate in time. Countdown 180 seconds. 179 seconds. After hearing the voice, Sitwell hurriedly said to Loki in front of him, Master, the base's self-destruction program has been activated. If we don't leave now, we will be crushed under the ruins of the base when the bomb is activated. After hearing this, Loki didn't care, as if he was not worried at all. He continued to wave the Mind Scepter and wiped out the shield agents who tried to resist one by one. Damn it. Nick Fury cursed inwardly, then quickly dodged the oncoming light golden beam and ran towards Natasha's position. After the beam hit the ground exploded instantly, leaving a huge pit. Director, let's retreat. Looking at Director Fury on the side, Natasha said seriously, and a black card appeared in her hand. Let's go. Nick Fury said in a low voice without any hesitation. At the same time, Natasha's super magic card infused the few magic powers in her body and activated the space teleportation function of the second level magic card. In an instant, a red flame colored halo appeared in front of Natasha and Nick Fury. Not good, Master, they are going to escape to the Vincian world. Clint Barton said to Loki in a rapid tone. Loki, who had just seen the space magic and was somewhat doubtful, heard the reminder from his men. He aimed at the red flame halo in front of him and waved his staff. Natasha and Nick Fury entered the red flame halo directly at the moment the halo appeared. As the two figures disappeared, they were followed by a light golden beam. The beam just touched a small part of the halo. As the transmission halo disappeared, there was a bang, and a huge pit was left on the ground. After seeing the two enemies who attacked him escape, Loki's face was not good. However, listening to the countdown of the base, it was getting closer and closer. Loki walked to the indigo-colored cosmic cube again. He stretched out his Mind Staff and gently touched it. In an instant, a light golden halo enveloped the entire cosmic cube, and the original indigo light began to shrink, as if it was suppressed. Soon, the normal cosmic cube floated in Loki's hand. As Loki used his mind to tap the cosmic cube again, in an instant, a deep blue vortex appeared in front of Loki. As Loki led the way into the vortex, the controlled shield agents behind him entered one by one. Soon, the deep blue vortex disappeared. At this moment, the research base was empty. Half a minute later, boom. With a loud bang, the base collapsed and everything became a ruin. Vincian World, Teleportation Square. On the vast square, a red flame-colored halo suddenly appeared. Then, two figures jumped out of the halo, as if they were running for their lives. At the same time, the elves around flew towards the two figures. Hello, I'm the elf North. Two guests, is there anything I can help you with? The elf flew in front of the two figures and said softly. At this moment, Natasha held up Nick Fury's body and looked at Nick Fury, who was affected by the residual laser and burned all over his body, but still remained sensible. Nick Fury spoke to Natasha in a hurried but weak voice. Go and get Professor Lockhart. Chapter 384, Mephisto and Loki. Nick Fury's cunning. The lounge of the Vincian world. Weak and powerless. Nick Fury lay on the hospital bed, closed his eyes, and felt the tingling, powerlessness and other feelings coming from his body. His heart was as calm as water, as if he was feeling, or perhaps recalling this familiar and painful feeling. Before he became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had experienced a lot of difficult missions. This feeling of being seriously injured, but lucky enough to survive was familiar. However, after a brief recollection, Nick Fury continued to think about everything he had experienced. The Asgardian with a golden antler helmet. He said he wanted to be the king of the earth and the master of the 9 realms. He was definitely just a pawn pushed out behind the scenes. Kamar-Taj, the supreme sorcerer, has protected the earth for thousands of years. He is a top magic figure that even Lockhart is very cautious about. The top profiler of S.H.I.E.L.D. has profiled his personality and image countless times, based on his experience in magic books. Just relying on the other party, an Asgardian, to fly to the sky. 9 out of 10 times, it is very likely that he is a fool who doesn't even know Kamar-Taj. Damn, when Nick Fury thought of this, he was a little angry. I'm not afraid of smart people, I'm afraid of stupid people. Because stupid people dare to do anything without any scruples. When he thought of the arrogant idiotic attitude of the Asgardian, in Nick Fury's heart, Loki's image gradually became more concrete. The chess pieces are not scary, but what the people behind them want to do is scary. It involves Asgard, the magic world, and even the supreme sorcerer. At present, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a little powerless, and people from the magic world must be pulled in. Who knows, this is an opportunity. While thinking, a door was pushed open. Click. Director Fury, are you feeling better? Lockhart stood in front of the bed, looking at Nick Fury lying on the bed and said gently. Natasha has told me the general situation. Don't worry, we will handle it. Hearing this, Nick Fury seemed to have a sudden rise of strength in his body, and he used force to support his weak body. Leaning on the bed, he said, sorry for the trouble, Professor Lockhart. I believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kamar-Taj will work together to capture the criminals who broke into the earth as soon as possible. Hearing what Nick Fury said, Lockhart smiled faintly. If you look closely, you will find that there is a hint of sarcasm in these smiles. What is S.H.I.E.L.D. thinking about cooperating with Kamar-Taj? At this time, they are still preparing to test and even take the opportunity to reach into Kamar-Taj. TSK, he is worthy of being the king of agents. Not to mention his ability, just this level of taking advantage of every opportunity is worth learning. I'm sorry, I have already told the Supreme Sorcerer about what you said, and I will contact you later in the Vincian world. As for Kamar-Taj, we have more important things to do. Lockhart said lightly. Okay, Professor Lockhart. Nick Fury, who was determined to make the best use of his time, nodded and said, but I think that, in order to further capture the enemies invading the earth, we need to gather our forces together. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a top-notch team of extraordinary people, but it is still inferior in magic. It would be great if we could send some wizards to serve as consultants. Then, Nick Fury added, of course, it would be great if you, Professor Lockhart, could come. Join the Avengers. Lockhart thought about it. He was quite interested in this. However, it would be a bit embarrassing for him to join. While thinking, Lockhart stretched out his wand and drew a strange arc to one side. A portal quietly opened. At the same time, Snape, who had known everything for a long time, stepped into the portal and walked to Lockhart's side. At this time, Lockhart introduced Nick Fury. This is Professor Snape. He will join S.H.I.E.L.D. later and serve as a temporary magic consultant. If you have any questions later, Professor Snape can represent me. Hearing this, Nick Fury set his sights on the black-robed wizard with a somewhat gloomy temperament. Hello, Professor Snape. I'm Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury extended his right hand to Snape and said, the Vincian world and S.H.I.E.L.D. will still work together in the future. Try to capture the enemy who invaded the Earth as soon as possible. After hearing this, Snape's face looked a little strange. Invasion of the Earth. It seems that he and Lockhart are from another world. However, he still reached out and touched it, and then retracted it, nodded at the same time, and said indifferently, "Okay." Seeing Snape's attitude, combined with the simple information collected before, Nick Fury secretly made an evaluation in his heart. "Professor Lockhart, do you have any speculation about the identity of the invader at present?" Nick Fury asked again. This time, Lockhart said directly, "According to the information we have roughly determined the identity of the invader, Odin's son, Asgard's second prince, Loki. Room 702 of the Condon building, the former Citadel safe house." Loki stood in front of the transparent glass window, looking at New York at night, looking at the stars below, subconsciously smiled, but then retracted it. Turning around, he asked the group of controlled men in front of him, "I now need to use the cosmic cube in my hand to output space energy stably and open the space channel. What methods do you have?" Everyone looked at each other, and Selvig stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Master, based on my experience, if you know the coordinates, it can be done through the power of the cosmic cube. But the difficulty is that we need to stabilize the space and huge energy output, and this requires a lot of iridium." Hearing this, Loki's eyes lit up and asked Selvig, "How to get iridium?" "Now, the most important thing is to open the space channel. Only then can we summon the army and rule the Earth. As for the so-called shield and the Vincian world, they are all garbage after the arrival of the Chitauri army." However, in response to Loki's question, Selvig shook his head slightly and explained, "Master, iridium is extremely precious. I have heard that shield has collected a large amount of iridium before, as if to make some kind of transaction. But it is not clear who the transaction object is. It may be difficult to obtain enough iridium in a short period of time." Hearing this, Loki felt a little impatient. Facing a practical method, he was tripped up by a mere material. He couldn't stand it. His grand plan needed the arrival of the Chitauri army before it could be implemented. At this moment, suddenly, "I know where there is enough iridium, and there are even a lot of magical materials that stabilize the space." At some point, a figure with a cane and a slightly old face appeared in the corner of the house. It was Mephisto. "Loki, if you can break through the Vincian world, I believe you can definitely open the space channel. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 385. The prologue opens, and the dilemma facing the Vincian world. Do you know? There is an unknown secret place in New York called the Vincian world. Only people like superheroes and magicians are allowed to enter there. In the Vincian world, there are endless wealth, treasures that extend life, and opportunities for ordinary people to become superheroes. In the bedroom, a tall and thin white young man, about 16 or 17 years old, sat in front of the computer, sipped a Coke, scrolled the mouse, and looked at the forum post in front of him. Click, click. Accompanied by the sound of rapid keyboard tapping, another line of text was added to the post. "Whoever believes it is XX, if you have the guts, tell me where it is." Then, without any prior agreement, a series of questioning posts appeared under the forum. "Is it true or not? It's not another urban curiosity? Whatever you say is what it is. I still say you are a pig, but you only know how to waste my time. Disperse, disperse. Another person who is after traffic, reply again." The questioning replies emerged in an endless stream, but not long after, the entire post suddenly disappeared, as if it had been banned. After seeing this, the white youth Cody rubbed his hands and typed a mysterious URL above the URL with a short breath. Click to confirm. Suddenly, ding. The computer in front of Cody dinged, and an email appeared in the lower left corner. After seeing the sudden email, Cody subconsciously thought it was spam and wanted to close it. The mouse just moved to the upper right corner of the email and clicked to close it. Suddenly, the screen went black. At this time, Cody looked a little panicked and wanted to cry without tears. It's over. The computer is infected with a virus again. I should not have opened the XX webpage. Then, the black screen of the computer began to light up slowly, and a picture came into view. In the picture, the bright and spacious square was full of hot flames. In the center of the square, a skeleton with flames all over its body appeared, and a motorcycle also covered with flames. At the edge of the square, a light golden barrier covered it. It seemed to be tightly encircling the flames. At the same time, in the square, a large number of robots with flames on their bodies attacked the light golden barrier wantonly. The scene was like hell. Then, in the middle of the screen, a line of big words appeared. This is the Vincian world. Then, a series of pictures quickly emerged and switched. A large amount of gold, an exquisite staff, a tiger with wings on its back, and a dark green potion with a mysterious atmosphere. Cody was eager to see it, and the worm called greed in his heart was slowly aroused. Some speculation seemed to appear in his mind. After a while, the picture disappeared, and a line of text appeared on the screen again. Do you want to enter the Vincian world to plunder? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Cody moved the mouse directly to the option of yes. Click lightly, and then, a link appeared on the computer again. After clicking, a series of web pages changed, and finally entered a web page similar to a chat group. The group name is Vincian World Treasure Snatching Team 51. Shield, Network Defense Engineering Department. A video has appeared on P Station, and the discussion heat in the world has risen again. Delete it quickly. Beep. Beep. Oh no, a celebrity has reposted it on Twitter, and its influence has risen again. Hack into the account, and delete it for me. Don't worry, it involves global dangers, and someone will communicate with Twitter about the matter. The Cyber Defense Office, which was relatively deserted in the past, is now in full swing. The sound of keyboards is continuous, and alarms sound from time to time, followed by a series of urging sounds. The whole office is noisy. Nick Fury stood in the corridor, looking through the glass with an expressionless face, and saw the busy employees inside. Coulson, who was standing next to him, saw the face of his director and said softly, "Director, the situation has been temporarily controlled in New York." Professor Lockhart said that he would also use the power of magic to curb the spread of the situation. Hearing the comfort from his confidant, Nick Fury did not reply, but squinted his eyes and continued to watch every move inside, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, Nick Fury said, "What do you think Lockhart's attitude should be when faced with the widespread spread of news about a universal world that needs to open its doors to do business?" Hearing this, Coulson hesitated and said, "According to the information we have collected, Kamar-Taj prohibits the spread of information similar to magic and wizards among ordinary people. This rule has been in place for thousands of years. It has long become an iron rule. Isn't Professor Lockhart now saying that he is ready to cast magic to cleanse the public's memory?" Hearing this, Nick Fury asked again, "Then what do you think Loki and the others are doing, and why?" Recently, they have controlled a lot of people and posted so many posts about the universal world on the internet, stirring up confusion in the universal world. Coulson guessed, after all, it is impossible for ordinary people like Professor Lockhart to directly kill them. Hearing this, Nick Fury asked again, "Coulson, do you think Lockhart and the others can guess it? Teacher, what should we do if those muggles break in large numbers?" Vera, Remy, Ian, Wanda and others stood in front of the desk, asking Lockhart questions curiously. At this moment, Lockhart sat on a chair, gently wiping the wand in his hand. Instead of answering, he asked, "If it were you, what would you do when facing a large number of muggles invading the Vincian world?" Remy pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher, if it is an enemy with weapons, I don't think we need to be too cautious. But if it is ordinary people who are deceived by temptation, I think it should be enough to cast magic to trap them." Then, he added, "I think the mirror space you mentioned before is quite suitable. No matter how many muggles there are, they can be trapped." In response to Remy's answer, Lockhart neither nodded nor shook his head, but asked Ian and the other two, "What do you think?" The two girls, Vera and Wanda, agreed with Remy's idea and did not answer. Ian said, "Teacher, I think if something like this really happens in reality, the problem is not with the muggles. It's about why there are so many muggles. After all, the Vincian world is not a random place, and so many additional spells are not for show. We must first clarify who the enemy is. This is the key to the problem. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded in agreement and said, "Ian said it very well. We can't be confused by superficial problems and focus on the key points. We must clarify who the real enemy is and what he wants to do." Then, as if chatting, he said, "Loki, this Asgardian who calls himself a god, I still know something about him. Arrogant, conceited, and likes to play tricks. He is good at conspiracy and intrigue. Clear plans are not like Loki's style." Then, Lockhart lowered his voice and muttered to himself in a voice that Ian and others could not hear. This time, are they really targeting the Vincian world? Chapter 386 Ancient One, Kamar-Taj enters war preparations. Kamar-Taj, Bamboo Forest Tea House. Supreme Sorcerer, this time Lockhart has caused a big disaster. The place called the World of All Things in his hands has been widely spread. Yes, even Kamar-Taj has been further spread. This Lockhart is not satisfied with opening a reception point for mages, and he is also involved in the Secret Service. Now, many mages are talking about it. For thousands of years, Kamar-Taj has always maintained a secluded attitude. David, Larson and other mages confided in the Ancient One, or complained. At this moment, the Ancient One sat cross-legged on the mat, smiling, gently waving the ancient fan in his hand. While feeling the cool fan wind, he listened to the words of David and others. After David and others finished speaking, the Ancient One said to Cassilis and Morin on the side, "What do you think about Lockhart's matter?" Lockhart said that a large part of the responsibility lies with him. Cassilis immediately said, "But," when Cassilis mentioned "but," his tone changed. As for the SHIELD agents, actually Lockhart had already come into contact with them before he joined Kamar-Taj. After joining Kamar-Taj, Lockhart also consciously kept a distance from SHIELD and other ordinary people. It's just that the evil force called Hydra was too excessive, so Lockhart took action to annihilate it. Just as Cassilis said this, Larson on the side said, "This is not a reason for Lockhart to expose magic, expose mages, and expose Kamar-Taj." As soon as Larson finished speaking, Cassilis immediately said, "Larson is right. None of this is a reason. Making a mistake is making a mistake." Hearing what Cassilis said, Larson was a little speechless for a moment, and David was about to add insult to injury. No, to add, now Lockhart is preparing to erase ordinary people's memories of the world of Vincian. You can rest assured about this. Lockhart promises to eliminate the impact to the greatest extent. Hearing Cassilis' defense of Lockhart, David was about to further emphasize the punishment. Morin on the side stepped forward and said in a somewhat hurried tone, "Sorcerer Supreme, I think that, although Lockhart's matter is important, it is not the most troublesome. According to the information we have collected, Lockhart's problem this time is not as simple as leaking information, but involves the dimensional demon. Also, Asgard." Hearing this, Ancient One still had a smile on his face, and said as if it was a breeze, "Morin, continue." Not long before the incident broke out, Lockhart and Mephisto's clone had a fight. Then, it was suspected that the missing second Prince Loki of Asgard appeared on Earth and robbed the Cosmic Cube. Is there any relationship between this Loki in Asgard and Lockhart? David said first, and Mephisto. If Lockhart really fought with Mephisto, I doubt Lockhart's current condition. Mephisto is not weak. Is Lockhart injured, and can he still complete the task he just promised? I personally suggest that a more reliable wizard be replaced to clear the memory. Then, as if as a reminder, he said, "Mephisto has always been famous for his fraud. Of course, I believe in Lockhart's belief in Vishanti. However, I suggest that you come back and do some examinations to prevent Mephisto from doing something secretly. It is the subtle influence that is the most harmful. This kind of thing is common. I have confidence in Lockhart. In the field of soul, Lockhart's level is already at the forefront of Kamar-Taj." Morin said, "This is recognized by Master Putora. Master Putora's level of research in the field of soul is naturally beyond doubt." David immediately retorted, "But Lockhart, I'm sorry, everyone has their own expertise. I remember that Lockhart seems to have a good level in alchemy. If possible, I actually think we can let Master Putori do the test. After all, we have to be just in case. In any case, restrict Lockhart's actions first. However, I think the safest way is to let Lockhart accept the baptism of Vishanti, so that all hidden dangers will not exist. Moreover, it can also further consolidate and enhance Lockhart's strength, and contribute to Kamar-Taj. This is a win-win situation. Regarding David's suggestion, Cassilis and Morin didn't know how to proceed. In Kamar-Taj, accepting the baptism of Vishanti is undoubtedly a good opportunity to refine magic and enhance strength. Of course, the contract will be further consolidated, and even before and after the baptism, the residual power of Vishanti is enough to make some ideas disappear. For example, breaking the contract is equivalent to committing a crime against the wind. Delay, and delay. As long as the time is extended, I still have a chance. David thought silently in his heart. Let Lockhart be baptized by Vishanti's power. I actually agree with this. Morin said, however, I think Lockhart should complete the task of clearing his memory first. Mephisto, Asgard, and even other dimensional demons may be involved. Larson seemed to be quite worried and said, these are all risks, just in case. Morin, as you said, this matter has become more complicated than before, and Lockhart can't be willful anymore. Considering the previous divination, I think we should be more cautious. Although I don't know why it is emphasized that Lockhart should clean his memory, but it's always good to interrupt. Erase the memory. Okay. Seeing that the two sides seemed to continue arguing, the Ancient One closed his fan and interrupted directly. I already know the matter. Let Lockhart be responsible for the affairs of the Vincian world, and he will bear all responsibilities for any problems. Regarding the punishment for leaking the Kamar-Taj wizard, etc., we will discuss it after everything is over and see how he performs. Hearing this, David and Larson had no expression on their faces, while Cassilis and Morin nodded slightly to show their agreement. But there was still a hint of satisfaction between his brows. Then, Ancient One emphasized again, Lockhart's matter was just a fuse. Now, notify everyone that Kamar-Taj is entering war preparations. The three holy temples, the light of the world, are running at full capacity. Yes, Supreme Sorcerer. Cassilis, David and others looked solemn and replied loudly. Vienna Street, Queens, New York. At this moment, the sun is shining, and people are coming and going on a very prosperous street. Lockhart, Ian, and Wanda are standing by a street lamp, seemingly watching the surrounding scene. At the same time, a magical creature shaped like a bat curled up on Lockhart's shoulder. It is the Winged Demon. Chapter 387, The Transformation of the Winged Demon, Mephisto's Conspiracy. Winged Demon. A magical animal of the 5x level in the Harry Potter world. It looks like a bat, but its body is like a reptile. Its wings are blue-green and full of spikes. When it curls up and closes, it looks like a green cocoon with thorns. It feeds on human brains, and is extremely dangerous. The venom it secretes is a very valuable magical resource. A high concentration of venom can kill a person without them knowing it, and after the venom is diluted, it can also erase their memory without them knowing it. At this moment, Lockhart was wearing a dark green wizard suit and standing on a busy street in the center of New York. He gently stroked the blue-green winged demon on his shoulder. He was followed by his three students in blue wizard robes, Ian, Vera, and Remy. Normally, such a scene should attract attention. But strangely, the pedestrians coming and going around seemed to be unaware of it. Some were making phone calls, while others were on their way. Within a meter around Lockhart and others, almost no one approached them on their own initiative. Almost everyone who passed by subconsciously chose to bypass them, and thought it was natural. Ian, Vera, do you know how the original magic was performed? Facing his mentor's question, Remy said solemnly, I've heard from Professor Snape. A long time ago, the original magic did not have wands, but used magical materials as a medium to perform magic. Therefore, the power of magic is closely related to the materials. With top-notch materials, powerful magic can be performed, but relatively speaking, the difficulty of control will also increase. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded slightly and said, Remy is right. The principle of the memory erasing magic I cast today is similar to this. The magic of every era has its own unique features. If you want to become a top wizard, you must learn more about history. The thinking and evolution of the ancients are all worth learning from. Inspiration has its source, which comes from daily accumulation. Understood, mentor? Ian, Remy responded. In the magic history class, we will listen carefully and study hard. Hearing this, for some reason, Lockhart thought of the ghost history professor at Hogwarts. Hey, Dumbledore, the level of the teacher has a very important influence on the students. Misleading students. It is really misleading students. Then, Lockhart didn't think much, took out his wand, and gently stroked it in the air. The magic power in the body was like a faucet that was opened, rushing into the wand crazily. The tip of the wand was visible to the naked eye, with a lavender light. As the wand was stroked in the air, purple lines emerged. Soon, a large number of purple lines intertwined with each other, together to form a strange, complex, and mysterious circular pattern. And the pattern began to rise slowly, and gradually spread, getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, the whole street was slowly blowing strong winds, and clouds began to gather above the sky, and the sky gradually darkened. For some reason, the pedestrians around felt a little depressed in their hearts, and could only speed up their pace, as if they wanted to get out of such a suffocating environment. At this time, Ian, Vera, Remy and others held their breath, concentrated, and looked up. In their eyes, a huge purple rune pattern appeared in the sky above New York City. The passers-by around did not notice it at all. In their eyes, the dark clouds gradually gathered, and it seemed that it was going to rain. Boom boom boom. The dark clouds gathered, the thunder roared, the sky gradually darkened, and the pedestrians hurriedly walked. Everything showed that a violent storm was about to come. Go. Lockhart gently stroked the blue-green curled winged demon on his shoulder, and called in a low voice. The curled winged demon seemed to be awakened by its master, spread its wings covered with spikes, waved slightly, and floated above the street. He looked down at his master and the hurried pedestrians. Looking up at the dark clouds in the sky again, the curled winged demon seemed to know what he was going to do. He waved his wings excitedly, and flew into the sky. Whoosh! In the eyes of Ian and others, the pet on his mentor's shoulder began to fly towards the center of the purple circular rune pattern above New York. Soon, it reached the center of the purple pattern. For a moment, the blue-green curled winged demon was covered with purple light. At the same time, the purple rune pattern that seemed to cover the entire New York suddenly shrank in the sky. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, a dazzling purple ball of light appeared at the top of the sky, under the dark clouds. Seeing this scene, Lockhart waved his wand quickly. Oblivion. Memory reappearance. Memory replacement. In a flash, pure white spell-like marks related to memory appeared one after another as the wand was waved, and then rushed into the sky, and merged into the purple ball of light. At this moment, in the spiritual perception of Ian and others, huge magic power gathered in the sky, and as time passed, a large number of white stripes were mixed on the surface of the purple ball of light. What made them feel even more wonderful was that when they set their eyes on this purple and white ball of light, inexplicably, they felt that their spirits began to disperse, and this feeling was uncontrollable and involuntary. This made them quickly retract their eyes, and even tried to restrain themselves from perceiving everything in the sky. Beep. Beep. Soon, the sound of raindrops sounded, and the raindrops became more and more, and they fell heavier and heavier. Pedestrians on the road quickened their pace. At some point, Lockhart flew into the air, facing the purple ball of light with white stripes, or the giant egg. At this moment, as Lockhart waved his wand, the ball of light began to tremble. In an instant, the purple and white ball of light seemed to be overwhelmed and exploded. Then, a transparent phantom emerged and rushed straight to the dark clouds above. Then, the dark clouds began to slowly change their shape, and vaguely, it seemed to be in the shape of a huge curled winged demon. At this moment, the raindrops in the sky were still transparent, but there was a faint flash of white light. When the raindrops in the sky fell on the ground and on the pedestrians, everyone was still normal. However, no one knew that in the depths of their minds, some memories were gradually changed. Drop, drop. The sky began to drizzle, and pedestrians with umbrellas were scattered on the streets of New York. At this moment, in a cafe by the window, a young man in a suit, full of arrogance, and an old man with an old, face but apparently kind, sat opposite each other at a table. In front of each of them was a cup of steaming coffee, but neither of them seemed to have touched a single sip. At this moment, the old man looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the raindrops outside, and said provocatively, "Loki, how many wizards in Asgard have reached this level? Touch the symbol of the origin, change the form of life. No, it should be said that it created a pure magical life. TSK 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 TSK, unlimited, unlimited." Hearing the praise in Mephisto's words, Loki showed a mocking smile on his face. "My mother is a #1 wizard in the 9 realms. There are countless wizards of Lockhart's level. He can only show off his power in Midgard. Now this place is not called Midgard, but Earth." Mephisto fanned the flames again. However, seeing the dissatisfaction on Loki's face, Mephisto reminded him, "Loki, the magical life that Lockhart just refined. In the field of memory, it should not be underestimated. Raindrops and water vapor have become the medium for erasing memories. Are you sure it won't have an impact?" In response to Mephisto's question, Loki smiled proudly and said, "Don't worry, this rain won't affect our plan too much. Although the range of the spell is large, the effect is really average." As he said that, Loki reached out to touch the transparent glass beside him, but the glass bowl was empty. Loki passed through the glass with one hand, and scattered raindrops fell on his palm. Then Loki withdrew his hand, and a few transparent raindrops floated on his palm. It can indeed erase memories, but it only works on ordinary people. For people with strong mental power, it seems to only have a suppressive effect. At this point, Loki frowned slightly, as if he didn't quite understand Lockhart's magic level. The magic that transformed life just now was so top-notch. And now, isn't it just erasing memories? Although the range is a bit large, this level is indeed a bit inconsistent with the performance just now. Mephisto seemed to notice Loki's doubts, and said with a smile, "Loki, don't forget that the Vincian world is a place that opens its doors to do business just like us. For us, the more customers we have, the better the business will be." Hearing this, Loki showed a disdainful smile on his face. "You have a lot of thoughts, but unfortunately, they are all delusions." At this moment, the rain in New York began to slowly slow down, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to dissipate. Seeing this, Mephisto said softly, "Loki, Lockhart is about to end now. If you don't do it now, the best time will pass." "Okay." Loki nodded gently and said, "Don't forget, you promised me." Hearing this, Mephisto comforted, "Don't worry, even if you don't believe it, you should believe in the contract." Hearing this, Loki nodded and didn't say much. Then, Loki stood up and gently opened his right hand, and a cosmic magic light with a light blue glow appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Mephisto's eyes flashed with greed, and his breathing was a little rapid. However, he seemed to know that there was a lot of trouble behind this thing, and he did not put it into action. At this time, as Loki took out the Mind Scepter and gently touched the surface of the Rubik's Cube, in the blink of an eye, it seemed that the moment the Mind Scepter touched the cosmic Rubik's Cube, a huge space energy quickly radiated around. In less than half a minute, the energy almost enveloped the entire New York City, and this huge space energy seemed to activate certain marks in New York City as it spread. Boom. On the streets of various districts in New York City, blue teleportation beams suddenly appeared. When the teleportation beams appeared, a large number of ordinary teenagers emerged from all around. The diameter of the teleportation focus jumped to 2 meters. After a large number of teenagers entered the audience, their figures disappeared immediately, and others rushed forward one after another, running madly towards the blue teleportation beam. It was like entering the paradise they wanted. When Mephisto saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. "Kamar-Taj, this time, it's your turn to suffer a loss. Sorry, something happened, so the update is a bit late. I will make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 388, The Invaded New York Temple and the Vincian World. When the blue beam of light descends on New York, it is the passage that our Lord has opened to the world of all things. For us, it is an opportunity to change our destiny. Pick up the guns in your hands. Anyone who stands in your way is your enemy. Become a strong man with extraordinary power, or a mediocre person who does nothing. This is a battle. In an empty abandoned factory, a large number of teenagers aged 16 or 17 gathered together, all of them looking at the former SHIELD agent Reel, who was holding a pale golden crystal ball on the high platform in front of them. Agent Reel had a fanatical face and shouted loudly. As his tempting words came out of his mouth, the pale golden crystal ball began to emit faint ripples, spreading outward, as if provoking the emotions of the people. When these teenagers heard what Reel said, their faces also showed expressions of hope, excitement, and fanaticism. Among these teenagers, there were several lurking SHIELD agents with relatively young faces, holding a gem with a blue glow tightly in their hands, as if resisting the influence of the temptation magic. Although these people's faces were full of fanaticism, their calm eyes looking at Ruia showed that they were not affected too much. However, when they looked at a charred corpse next to the factory, a trace of helplessness flashed in their eyes. Because they looked young, and not much different from ordinary teenagers, they were sent to lurk and find out the conspiracy. And Ruia in front of them, their former colleague, has now become Loki's puppet. He is gradually turning this group of reckless young people like lions into cannon fodder to attack the world of Vincian. They are also trying to resist and expose the conspiracy. But the pale golden crystal ball in the opponent's hand is too magical. Not only can it provoke such fanatical emotions, but it can also defend against bullets and even launch attacks. One of their agents tried to expose and even shot Ruia with a gun. As a result, the bullet was easily blocked in front of him, and then the pale golden crystal ball emitted a laser and turned into a charred corpse. Later, all the teenagers present were fired with pistols, grenades and other weapons. They dared not act rashly, otherwise, let alone their lives. This group of teenagers who have not been exposed to firearms can easily kill each other if they are not careful. The great god Loki has given us the possibility to become great. We must seize the opportunity and fight hard to make our lives worthwhile. Remember, no matter who stands in front of you, don't hesitate. Bullets and grenades. Just as Reel continued to stir up the enthusiasm of the crowd, suddenly, Buzz, the light ball in his hand, seemed to be stimulated by something and began to tremble. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, the light ball, which was originally golden, gradually turned blue and continued to emit hidden ripples. It seemed to become a key tool for some kind of signal transmission and positioning. At this time, Reel saw this scene and shouted loudly, "The channel is about to open. What about the future? Fight here." Reel's voice had just fallen, and suddenly, in front of everyone, a blue light column suddenly appeared. "Everyone listen to my orders, charge. Whether it's a dragon or a bug, it's up to you." With that, Reel did not hesitate, holding the light ball that had returned to a pale golden color, and took the lead to rush towards the teleportation light column. Reel's action was like lighting a fuse, and everyone present rushed towards the super light column, fearing that they would not be able to run in due to limited time. The lurking SHIELD agents among them secretly slowed down their pace and were not in a hurry to enter the teleportation light column. After everyone entered the teleportation light column, these lurking god-level agents stood in front of the light column, took out their walkie-talkies, and quickly began to report, "Sir, everyone present has entered the unknown light column. It is suspected that they are traveling through space and reaching the Vincian world. The scene has been blocked, requesting the next instruction." As soon as the leading agent finished speaking, Coulson's serious voice came from the walkie-talkie. "The situation is known. At present, we know that the transmission light column will always exist, and it is temporarily possible to shuttle back and forth. Now issue the task. Task 1, you are required to send someone to enter the transmission light column. Return quickly, and check whether the destination is the Vincian world. Task 2, block the scene, and use tranquilizer guns on everyone who comes out." "Got it, sir," the leader said loudly. Then, he randomly pointed to a black colleague with a stronger figure and said, "Peer, now I will give you a task. Explore whether the transmission location is the Vincian world, and return quickly after the location is confirmed." Then, he ordered the others, surround the light column and knock out everyone who comes out. After hearing this, Peer nodded and rushed towards the light column with the gun. The others watched their colleagues' actions closely, but the pistols they held tightly in their hands showed that they seemed to be very nervous about what was going to happen next. Soon, the black man Peer walked out of the light column again. He only heard him shouting, "Not good. The transmission location is not the Vincian world. It's a place called the New York Temple. Vincian World, Trading District Street." Wanda stood in the middle of the street, holding a purple wand in her hand, with an expectant look on her face, and at the same time, she was eager to try. She had heard not long ago that the Vincian world was likely to face an attack, and the enemy was likely to use ordinary people as cannon fodder to attack them. Therefore, they should be extremely vigilant, stop the evil deeds of ordinary people, and reduce the losses of the Vincian world. As for killing these ordinary people, it is absolutely not allowed. After all, Lockhart dared to open this loophole. Even if the Ancient One did not trouble him, other Kamar-Taj wizards, especially those who did not deal with him, would definitely take this opportunity to add insult to injury. While Wanda was thinking, suddenly, a huge blue vortex emerged in the middle of the spacious street in the trading area. Then, a large number of ordinary people with guns emerged from the blue vortex. These were only 16 or 17 years old, very young, both black and white, and even black people were the majority. The world of Vincian. This is the world of Vincian. Grab it. Grab as many as you can. Super Harrow, here I come. The people who had just been teleported shouted excitedly, and were even more excited when they saw the shops full of magic equipment and potions. They started shooting with guns. They were ready to use the unique American custom of buying for free. Dap, dap, dap. With the sound of gunfire, a large number of bullets were fired at the glass of the shop. However, on the glass, the silver-white light kept shining. One bullet after another was blocked. There was no scratch on the surface of the glass, as if there was no damage at all. Armor protection. Die. Armor protection. Die. At this moment, Wanda and other wizard apprentices saw this group of unscrupulous teenage gangsters. Without hesitation, they cast an armor spell on themselves for defense. Then they quickly waved their wands and shot one coma spell after another towards the front. The teenagers who were induced to rush into the Vincian world saw some wizards not far away holding a wooden stick in their hands and waving it at them. At the same time, red lights appeared one after another, and their companions fell to the ground one after another. So, without thinking too much, everyone took up their guns and started to attack Wanda and other wizard apprentices. Kill them. As long as we kill them, everything will be ours. Yes, those who stop us deserve to die. But with some shouts, more and more people joined the ranks of shooting Wanda and others. Dap, dap, dap. A large number of bullets were fired crazily, but as Wanda and others waved their wands, a light golden energy barrier blocked everyone. All bullets were blocked. On the ground in front of the barrier, a large number of copper yellow shells were scattered everywhere. Boom. It seems that knowing that bullets cannot pose a threat to the people in the Vincian world, some people in the front line directly threw grenades at Wanda and others. With a loud bang, flames rose and smoke was chaotic. In the eyes of the invading people, the shops on both sides of the street were still intact. When the dust and smoke dissipated, the pale golden defense barrier in front of them still existed. This brought them a lot of pressure. Run. Run faster. If you are caught later, maybe you will have the opportunity to become a superhero. Run faster. Run. A shout rang out in the crowd, and everyone present instantly ran around along the street alleys, looking at the teenagers of the same age as themselves, who were scattered like chickens. Wanda and the others were a little at a loss. It seemed that they had not expected such a situation. Several people looked at each other, and Wanda said, "Chase them. Try to use the stunning spell and the imprisonment spell. Don't let them cause too bad effects. Don't worry, Professor Snape is here. Everything will not be too big." Hearing this, everyone nodded. They really didn't worry too much about ordinary muggles. The main reason was that there were a lot of people this time, and they were scattered, which was a bit troublesome. Then, Wanda and a few people scattered and chased the scattered people. Faint. Faint. Wanda trotted while casting a coma spell on the invaders in her sight. With red light emerging one after another, a large number of invaders fell to the ground. Looking at the young faces of the invaders, Wanda, who was passing by, was silent. She began to hate the instigator of everything, and felt sad for these teenagers. Using these underage people as cannon fodder is a bit sinister. And this group of teenagers came here to invade and rob just because of some rumors. It's really not up to the standard. They are overestimating their own abilities. Fortunately, he is my mentor. Otherwise, if others faced the invaders, they would have died long ago. With her mind turning, Wanda eliminated a few more invaders. Soon, she had chased to the edge of the trading area. She saw another blue vortex emerging, and some people passed through the blue vortex and tried to go in and return to the Earth. Wanda understood that there should be many transmission channels opened in the current Vincian world. But now, what is Professor Snape doing? With Professor Snape's strength, it would be easy to defeat the invaders, no matter how many there were. At this moment, Snape was standing in front of the edge of the teleportation square. 3 blue vortices appeared on the teleportation square, which meant that 3 teleportation channels were opened here. On the square, a large number of teenagers fell to the ground and fell into a coma. On the square, a faint blue-gray gas filled the air. Whenever someone came out of the blue vortex and smelled the gas, they would fall to the ground and fall into a coma after almost taking a few steps. However, Snape obviously didn't take all this seriously. They were just some muggles. With only a bottle of sleeping potion mixed with the cloud diffusion spell, it was meaningless, no matter how many there were. At this moment, he was emitting his spiritual perception to perceive all the abnormal behaviors of the invaders. He had obtained Lockhart's authorization, and now he could control all the magic circles in the Vincian world to a certain extent. Ordinary muggles could not cause any harm to the Vincian world at all. What he was more worried about was that someone mixed in this group of ordinary muggles and took the opportunity to cause trouble. Because of this, Lockhart asked wizard apprentices to deal with it and restrict ordinary people. The real powerful invaders were left to Snape to deal with. For example, Loki. However, Snape frowned at this moment. In his perception, everything was normal, except for some leaders with some magic equipment in their hands. Basically, there was no wizard or existence with extraordinary power. It shouldn't be. In the past few days, the news that the other party will invade the world of Vincian has been making a lot of noise. He knows it clearly. However, it is meaningless to send some muggle cannon fodder. Even the magic circle defense can't be broken, and it won't work at all. Could it be that the enemy is making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? Thinking about it, Snape contacted the magic mark on his arm and passed some of his guesses to Lockhart. Then, he continued to guard the world of Vincian. If the other party is lurking, if he leaves, it will be really troublesome. New York Temple. Lockhart stood in the hall of the temple, looking at the invaders who fell to the ground and fainted, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. What is the enemy's purpose? Attacking his universal world. They were all cannon fodder. His original guess was correct. Such a big fanfare to invade the universal world was just a cover to divert attention. So, when he received the news from Cassilis that someone invaded the New York Temple, he thought that this was the real purpose of Loki or Mephisto. However, after arriving at the temple, he found that the attackers were also ordinary people. Could it be that this was also a diversion? Cassilis, if you were Mephisto or Loki, where else would you invade? Facing Lockhart's question, Cassilis thought for a long time and shook his head helplessly. I don't know either. For someone like Mephisto, attacking the New York Temple is actually not impossible. After all, the New York Temple is one of the fulcrums of the global magic defense array of the world light. If it is severely damaged, it is very likely to cause instability in the defense magic array, giving the dimensional demon an opportunity to sneak in. Hearing this, Lockhart also nodded in agreement. He had the same idea as Cassilis. Loki attacked his own Vincian world for magic materials. After all, materials are indispensable to open up a space channel spanning thousands of light years. Mephisto attacked the New York Temple in order to further open up a channel, to sneak into the Earth, and even to open up a frontline battlefield between the Dimensional Demon and Kamar-Taj. There is no problem with this. But the biggest problem is why these two people, whether in the Vincian world or in the New York Temple, have not appeared. He had previously sent Sitwell, who was lurking under Loki, but he did not bring any useful information. At this moment, boom. There was a loud noise outside the temple door. Through the glass on the side, Lockhart vaguely saw the colorful rainbow light emerging. When he was thinking about who it was, suddenly, click, the door of the New York Temple opened with a bang. A blonde strong man wearing a red cloak, wearing golden armor, and holding Mjolnir in his right hand came over. It was Thor, the god of thunder. Lockhart, long time no see. Chapter 389. Dormammu followers invade the shield helicarrier. New York Temple. Thor. Seeing the familiar figure, Lockhart asked in confusion, "Why are you in the New York Temple?" At this time, Caecilius on the side also said, "Welcome to Lord Thor," but his face clearly revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. At the same time, he explained to Lockhart on the side, "Lockhart, because of Loki's special identity, Kamar-Taj has contacted Asgard." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded to show that he understood. Under the premise that Kamar-Taj and Asgard had established an alliance, the identity of the second prince of Asgard is indeed more difficult. At this time, Thor showed an awkward smile on his face and hurriedly said, "I'm very sorry about Loki's matter. I apologize to Kamar-Taj on behalf of Asgard." Hearing this, Caecilius's face became more dissatisfied. Invading Kamar-Taj and invading the New York Temple, this can be solved by apologizing. As if knowing the source of Caecilius' dissatisfaction, Thor said again, "Asgard will try its best to make up for Loki's loss to Kamar-Taj this time." Hearing this, Caecilius' face looked a little better, but he still urged, "Specific compensation will be discussed later. Catch Loki now. Do you have any relevant clues in Asgard?" This is the source of contacting Asgard. They received news that a space vortex also appeared in the Himalayas headquarters of Kamar-Taj. It was just that the Supreme Sorcerer destroyed it, and it did not cause any impact. Not only that, the Hong Kong Temple and the London Temple have successively appeared space vortexes that transported a large number of ordinary people. However, the stationed wizards all knocked them out and did not cause any impact. Despite this, the current situation is also quite chaotic. The most important thing is that these space vortexes are all opened up by the cosmic cube. Except for the Supreme Sorcerer who can easily destroy it, they are helpless and can only knock out the invading ordinary people. Therefore, if you want to solve this dilemma, you must catch Loki holding the cosmic cube. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the more ordinary people will come in, and the more trouble will be caused. At this moment, Thor looked around the three blue space vortexes in the hall, as well as the large number of ordinary people lying on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "Sorry, because Loki seems to have a special shielding method. His position has not been locked yet." Hearing this, Caecilius' tone stagnated, and he said unhappily, "Then what's the point of Asgard sending you here?" Lockhart heard this, and knew the current situation. Seeing Thor in embarrassment and speechless, he quickly interrupted to ease the relationship between the two. "Caecilius, Thor is my friend. I have met him before. His strength is quite good. Now, although Loki is important, the most difficult one is Mephisto. This requires us to work together to solve the current problem." Hearing Lockhart's persuasion, Caecilius's face looked much better, and Thor also showed a grateful look to Lockhart. The trouble caused by Loki this time is indeed not small. At this moment, suddenly, Lockhart felt the message from the magic mark, and his face suddenly changed. "Thor, Caecilius, come with me to S.H.I.E.L.D. Something has happened there. S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside Project Base." Boom. 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 The lake surface slowly opened up, revealing three rectangular, huge underground bases. At this moment, the sunlight shone on the three huge aircraft carriers on the surface of the base, revealing the beauty of technology. This is the crystallization of cutting-edge technology, the Sky Carrier. Flying in the sky, carrying a large number of fighters and a large number of attack weapons, it can even be completely invisible and conceal its whereabouts. At this moment, Nick Fury was in front of the glass of the airplane in the air, overlooking the huge Sky Carrier that was constantly being debugged and slowly started. A smile appeared on his face, but his expression quickly turned serious. Holding the intercom in his hand, he urged, "Hill, how long do you expect it to be officially put into operation?" "Director, 20 minutes, and the Inside project can be officially launched in another 20 minutes. Hill's clean and neat voice came from the intercom. 10 minutes, at most 10 minutes, hurry up, every minute can't be wasted now. Now a large number of ordinary people have disappeared in the space vortex." Nick Fury urged again. Hearing this, Hill was silent for a moment, and then said decisively, "Okay, Director, go all out, and fly into the sky in 10 minutes. "Okay, Hill, the Inside project is up to you." Do your best to stop ordinary people from entering the space vortex. Then, after putting away the walkie-talkie, Nick Fury continued to watch the 3 sky carriers slowly starting up. Originally, the InSight project was designed for mages and superheroes who hide their identities. Through the world's most advanced algorithms, it is possible to select those who are easy for ordinary people to monitor or eliminate. However, it now seems that a large number of blue space transmission light beams have appeared in New York City, and the blockade of S.H.I.E.L.D. seems very powerless. Therefore, the Sky Carrier needs to take action and use the most advanced algorithms to restrict the ordinary people who are tempted. Of course, killing is impossible, and S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot bear such public pressure. However, paralyzing, knocking out, and restricting the actions of ordinary people are still easy. Boom. Boom. The anti-gravity device of the Sky Carrier was activated, emitting a dazzling blue light, and the huge mothership began to rise slowly. At this moment, suddenly, buzz, on the surface of the base, a huge blue space transmission vortex emerged. From it, 3 black-robed people and 10 former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents holding light golden crystal balls walked out. Familiar dark circles, a large number of dark lines on the surface of the skin, and the dark aura emitted. All of this shows that these 3 black-robed people are Dormammu believers. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. After the emergence of the space vortex, loud horns surrounded the base. Many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents saw these invading enemies and shot directly with guns without any hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets whizzed past like a storm. After seeing this, the 3 Dormammu believers did not hesitate, stretched out their right hands, and large amounts of black mist gushed out like a squid spitting ink. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of black mist appeared around, covering everyone and protecting everyone's safety. But all the bullets were swallowed up by the black fog, corroded, and disappeared. After the black fog dissipated, the invaders were unharmed in front of all the agents. At this time, these puppet agents holding light golden crystal balls strode forward. Almost at the same time, these puppet agents held a knife and cut a bloody wound in the palm of their hands. They put their hands together and held up the light golden crystal ball. The blood seemed to flow into the crystal ball, and it began to emit a faint red light, as if activating something. At the same time, all the puppet agents began to turn pale. But it was visible to the naked eye that the crystal ball continued to emit blood red and golden ripples around. The ripples covered the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The agent closest to this showed obvious struggle, but soon, a faint blood mist appeared in his eyes, and a fanatical expression appeared on his face. He began to turn around and shoot at his colleagues around him. These people were all controlled. The agents who were farther away seemed to have struggled, because the distance weakened the effect of mind control. They broke away from the mind control with their willpower. When these agents saw their friends and colleagues who had betrayed and shot at them, a trace of sadness flashed in their eyes. Then, they continued to shoot at these invaders without hesitation. Boom. 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 Several agents seemed to know that bullets were ineffective against these invaders. They directly picked up the rocket launcher beside them and aimed it at these black-robed people and invaders. There was a loud bang, and a fiery red flame emerged. At this time, the Dormammu believers saw the rockets shot at them. They put their hands together, made a strange gesture, quickly pulled them apart, and then pushed hard at the attacking rocket. In an instant, like a sonic weapon, layers of black light circles began to spread towards the rocket. At the moment the two sides came into contact, the rocket exploded. Boom. 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 Fiery red fireworks. Huge noise. The rocket was forcibly detonated. But then, these scorching flames were gathered and absorbed by the black optical fiber. Soon, several red and black scorching fireballs appeared in the air. Then, under the control of Dormammu's followers, they flew towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. At this moment, suddenly, a red flame halo appeared on the surface of the Sky Carrier, and 3 figures appeared. Then, above the heads of all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, a huge light golden barrier appeared. It blocked the scorching fireballs falling from the sky. There are 2 more chapters later. I will make up for the previous chapters in the next few days. Chapter 390, Doubts Emerge, Battle on the Helicarrier. Boom. The black and red fireball collided with the light golden barrier. All the shield agents clearly saw that on the light golden barrier above their heads. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, and the flames splashed everywhere. Then, these black flames burned on the barrier above their heads. It seemed that the flames attached to this dark energy were very corrosive, and the golden barrier began to show a slight dent. At this moment, Lockhart stood on the surface of the Sky Carrier base, watching expressionlessly that the attack from the sky had been blocked. Waving the magic wand in his hand, as the magic wand moved gently, the barrier above his head began to shrink and curl, wrapping up all the black flames attached to the surface. Soon, in front of Lockhart, there was a light golden ball of light wrapped in a large amount of black flames. As Lockhart stretched out his magic wand and lightly tapped it, the light ball began to rotate, and the light ball gradually turned white, and the flames inside gradually disappeared, or consumed and transformed. At the same time, the three Dormammu believers saw Lockhart and Cassilis and Thor behind him. In other words, seeing Lockhart, a trace of excitement and fanaticism appeared on his face. So, the leading Dormammu believer raised his arms high, and the dark magic in his body surged rapidly. In an instant, a group of black mist shot quickly into the sky. Bang! Like fireworks, the black mist exploded in the sky, and a strange pattern appeared in the sky. It seemed to be sending some kind of signal. The next moment, next to the Dormammu believers, two space vortices appeared again. 6 black-robed people walked out of them, all of whom were Dormammu believers. Seeing this scene, Lockhart's eyebrows were puzzled for a while. Loki and Mephisto's target is SHIELD. What the hell is this? After receiving the news from Rumlow, Lockhart rushed over as soon as possible. However, seeing the large-scale deployment of Dormammu believers, he was still puzzled. If the Cosmic Cube is still in SHIELD, then invading SHIELD is understandable. But the problem is that S.H.I.E.L.D., which has lost the Cosmic Cube, has almost no value except for its large number of people. What is the point of Dormammu's followers going out in large numbers? It can't be because of me. While Lockhart was thinking, Thor behind him, with a surge of fighting spirit, raised his Thor's hammer Mjolnir without hesitation, and rushed towards the enemy. Boom. In a blink of an eye, wearing a red cloak and golden armor, he strode forward a few steps, and then jumped into the air. At the same time, Thor's hammer was raised high, and a thunder in the sky seemed to be guided. It fell down, and penetrated Thor's hammer. It can be seen with the naked eye that Thor was wrapped in the power of thunder and hit the Dormammu followers on the ground heavily. The Dormammu followers on the ground saw Thor jumping down from the air with a huge momentum like a broken bamboo. At the first time, he waved his hands quickly, called on the dark magic, outlined the defense rune, and a black shield suddenly appeared above his head, trying to resist the attack coming in front of him. But bang! The moment Thor's hammer, carrying a huge force of thunder, collided with the shield, the entire black shield exploded. The Dormammu believers who resisted were penetrated by a large amount of thunder power and turned into charcoal and corpses. Crackling. The remaining black mist or dark magic, as Thor swung Thor's hammer slightly, the power of thunder surged out, purifying all the dark magic. Seeing Thor destroy the enemy with overwhelming force, Cassilis on the side also had blood boiling in his heart. Of course, he was unwilling to fall behind. He put his hands together, pulled forward, and a long stick with a red flame pattern appeared in his hand. Then, Cassilis waved the magic weapon in his hand, stepped on the magic boots, jumped into the air, and attacked the Dormammu believers. Lockhart watched his two friends attack the enemy, smiled, and seemed to remember his identity as a wizard. Waving his wand, Avada Kedavra, God Strike, shattered. In a flash, as Lockhart's huge magic power poured into his wand, dozens of extremely lethal spells were fired at the Dormammu believers on the opposite side. And, as Lockhart slowly walked towards the enemy, constantly waving his wand, a large number of spells were fired at the opposite side like raindrops. The shield agents present saw that a large number of red flames, dark green, and pure white spell lights intertwined with each other, forcing the black-robed man on the opposite side to condense a black shield for defense. But after the shield resisted a few spells, it seemed that its defense was limited, and it shattered with a bang. In the end, these black-robed men were either accidentally hit by the spell and died, or they tried their best to avoid it. But Thor, who raised Thor's hammer, and Cassilis, who waved the magic staff, engaged in close combat with them. It was almost like a victory with an overwhelming force. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it would not be long before these invaders would face failure and death. The two Dormammu believers behind seemed to be aware of the unfavorable situation. They looked at each other without hesitation. They knelt on one knee on the ground, and their 10 fingers lightly touched the ground. A large amount of black mist filled the ground, outlined very complex and mysterious black runes. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "Great Dark God Dormammu, your pious people have encountered blasphemous pagans. I hope to borrow the power of the gods." Cassilis saw a familiar scene, frowned slightly, and shouted loudly, "Lockhart, interrupt them quickly." They started calling on the evil god Dormammu again. The combat effectiveness of these evil god believers is definitely not as good as that of the professionally trained Kamar-Taj wizards. But the trouble is that when they see that they can't beat them, they always ask for the power of the gods. This kind of rogue behavior is the most headache for the wizard. After seeing this, Lockhart on the opposite side suddenly jumped a few times. The power of the dimensional demon god level is very troublesome to carry. Without any hesitation, he quickly waved the magic wand in his hand, changed shape. With a flash of black light, Lockhart teleported in front of the two Dormammu believers. Looking at the dark weapons on the ground, he raised his wand without hesitation and inserted it into the ground. At the same time, a flame with strong energy fluctuations spread all around. Hellfire. Sizzle. 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 Almost instantly, the black mist symbolizing dark magic collided with the hellfire. With the sound of sizzle, the hellfire relied on its special properties and burned rapidly with dark magic as fuel. In an instant, a large amount of flames rose around Lockhart. It seemed to hinder the sacrifice of Dormammu believers. At the same time, Thor and Caecilius on the side also rushed forward and attacked the two Dormammu believers who were sacrificing. Boom. The two Dormammu believers had been restrained by Lockhart. In addition to Thor's hammer and Caecilius's Vishanti magic. Soon, the two Dormammu believers died and were eliminated. Seeing that the enemy was solved so cleanly this time, a faint smile floated on Lockhart's face. Then, he turned his attention to the blue vortex. Where did these Dormammu followers come from? Where are Loki and Mephisto? All of this was like a fog, which made Lockhart fall into deep thought. At the same time, a message came from the magic mark. Snape sent a message. Dormammu followers appeared in the world of Vincian. At the same time, there was another speculation from Snape. Chapter 391, Snape's Death, The Fall of the Vincian World. Vincian World, Teleportation Square. The spacious square was filled with a blue-gray mist. In the center of the square, 3 blue space vortices kept spinning. From time to time, some teenagers wearing various clothes walked out of the space vortex. There were white people, black people, some looked like professional students, and some looked like hooligans in society. But these people, just after entering the teleportation square of Vincian World, took a few steps and subconsciously inhaled the blue-gray gas in the air. With a bang, they fell to the ground, lost consciousness, and fell into a coma. When the number of people accumulated to a certain extent, Snape, who was outside the square, waved his wand lightly, and the unconscious muggle lying on the ground floated up and slowly fell to the edge of the square. Soon, there was no one in the center of the spacious square. At this moment, Snape's attention was not on the teleportation square, but on the monitoring magic circle of Vincian World. Observe the images of each space vortex in Vincian World and monitor every abnormal energy fluctuation. However, Snape had been sensing for quite a while, but did not find any abnormality. Despite this, Snape still concentrated on sensing everything that happened in the Vincian World. He saw that the students he taught cast spells to knock out groups of invading muggles. He saw that several students jointly outlined a magic circle around the space vortex to restrict the actions of all invading muggles. He saw that a large number of students jointly cast spells and resonated magic power to try to defeat the blue space vortex, although it still had no effect on the space vortex. But Snape was still pleased with the students' performance, although he could suppress the chaos in the Vincian World alone. But this was not what he and Lockhart wanted. The students they wanted to cultivate were elite wizards with independent thinking, who knew how to unite, and explore. Therefore, experience is essential. Now it seems that the overall level is still acceptable. Time passed slowly, and Snape combined the information left by Lockhart and thought slowly. If he was Loki, the God King of Asgard, or Mephisto, who invaded the Earth, what would he do? Unite all the forces that can be united to achieve his goals. Is the Vincian world worth invading? Of course there are. A large amount of resources is enough to be the fuel for opening up space channels. Is it necessary to make a feint to the east and attack the west? Of course they need to act cautiously just with Kamar-Taj, not to mention Asgard in the Vincian world. One question after another came to his mind. Snape kept thinking about various possible guesses, and then overturned them one by one, screening out the answer with the highest probability. However, there was a question in Snape's heart. Why hasn't the enemy arrived at the Vincian world yet? Could it be that there are other places with more resources and lower defense than the Vincian world? The 3 major temples? No, the 3 major temples should not be the focus of the attack. There are not many resources, and a large number of guarding wizards are definitely a tough nut to crack. The enemy can't possibly enter the headquarters of Kamar-Taj, the Himalayas, right? The headquarters of Kamar-Taj is of course rich in resources, but the supreme sorcerer is there, and going there is simply a trap. Where else is more suitable? Snape kept thinking about everything he had experienced, and the books he had read, after entering the new world. One guess after another emerged in his mind, and then they were overturned one by one. Suddenly, Snape's heart was shocked, and a place suddenly emerged in his mind. There are abundant resources there, and there are almost no guardians. It can be called a paradise for wizards. That is, Kamar-Taj Wizard Secret Realm. When he thought of this, Snape found that the Wizard Secret Realm met Loki's needs more and more. At this moment, suddenly, buzz, in the trading area of the Vincian world, a brand new space vortex emerged again. This time, those who walked out of it were no longer those teenage muggles who were only 16 or 17 years old. Instead, one after another, black-robed people, the number reached 15. Familiar black halos, clear black lines on the forehead, and the dark aura emanating from the body. Dormammu believers. Dormammu believers just appeared, and they took out a transparent crystal ball from their hands, and then poured dark magic into it crazily. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of bangs, the crystal ball shattered, and a transparent, hidden ripple continued to spread around, as if shielding something. At this moment, Snape thought about how difficult the Dormammu followers were in the Hydra base last time. So, without any hesitation, he directly used the magic mark to call Lockhart. At the same time, he also passed his guess to Lockhart. Then apparition. With a flash of black light, Snape teleported to a place not far from the Dormammu followers. At the same time, a familiar voice always sounded in the ears of the wizard apprentices in the Vincian world. All students listen to the order. There are evil god followers invading. Stop everything you are doing, and don't care about the invading muggles. Go to the leisure area for refuge. Hearing this, Wanda, Ian, Vera and other wizard apprentices did not hesitate, and immediately ran to the leisure area. They were repeatedly emphasized during training that the battle between powerful wizards would only make things worse if the weak participated. After Snape sensed that the students were obedient and went to the leisure area for refuge, he relaxed a little. Then, he set his sights on the Dormammu followers not far away on the opposite side. Buzz. He raised his wand. High magic power surged quickly, and the dark green light rushed to the sky. At the same time, a large number of magic lines of different colors appeared in the sky above the entire Vincian world. A large number of magic lines intertwined with each other, and the orange, red, dark green, and grey black lights kept shining, emitting a huge energy atmosphere. All the magic circles in the Vincian world were activated. Prepare for battle with all your strength. Boom. Suddenly, red, green, and black light columns fell one after another above the 15 Dormammu believers. Seeing this scene, these Dormammu believers immediately drew their hands in the air and called on the dark magic in their bodies. As the light columns fell, a large amount of black mist quickly covered the surroundings of the Dormammu believers. Boom. With a loud boom, a dazzling white light flashed, like a nuclear bomb falling, and a miniature mushroom cloud suddenly rose. Crack. Crack, crack. The glass of the shops and buildings around the trading area shattered. Large amounts of dust filled the surroundings. Snape stood not far away, his arm holding the wand trembling slightly, his face turned pale, and the breath emitted by his body also seemed a little weak. Because the invading enemies, no matter the number or strength, far exceeded the scope he could handle. It was already a bit difficult for him to deal with one Dormammu believer before, and 15 of them, even if they were not as strong as before, would be difficult for him to deal with. Therefore, he directly mobilized a large amount of magic power stored in the Vincian world, and went all out, to strive for a fatal blow. This is the best solution. Although there is a magic circle, to help him bear most of the pressure. But his personal burden is still not small, and he has even suffered a lot of trauma. However, this is not important at the moment. The most important thing is, what are the casualties of the enemy? The dust gradually dissipated, and what came into view was that nearly half of the Dormammu believers collapsed on the ground, their chests floating slightly, their breath weak, and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Pools of blood flowed out from the ground under their bodies. The remaining half of the Dormammu believers were not feeling well either. Their faces were pale, and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. However, their aura was still not weak, at least better than Snape at the moment. At this moment, Snape saw this scene and his face looked a little ugly. It was almost impossible to achieve the same effect as the previous full strength attack. It was even a question whether he could resist the opponent now. Snape drank a bottle of light golden healing potion, and his chest rose and fell rapidly, repairing the previous injuries. Although the potion was effective, it still took time to achieve the healing effect. The Dormammu believers on the opposite side saw that the enemy's breath began to rise. Since they knew that the opponent was recovering from his injuries, they naturally understood that they should take advantage of his illness to kill him. What's more, the wizard in front of them caused them heavy losses. Without hesitation, everyone clasped their hands forward, and a number of magic spears with dark magic power and blood red lines on the surface appeared in front of them. Killing spears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, more than 10 killing spears were fired at Snape. At this moment, Snape, who had been severely injured, immediately waved his wand. Obstacles. 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 A large number of blocking spells emitting red light flew forward, trying to block the killing spear. Bang, bang, bang. However, Snape's magic power was weak at this moment, and the killing spears broke through the blocking spells one after another. It seemed that Snape was in danger. At this moment, a joint spell was cast, Absolute Zero. Buzz. At some point, behind Snape, a group of wizard apprentices raised their wands high, resonated with magic power, and cast a spell together. In front of Snape, a thick ice barrier with a chilling atmosphere suddenly appeared. Professor Snape, you recover from your injuries first, and we will resist first. Wait for the rescue of the mentor. Ian shouted loudly. Snape hesitated, nodded slightly, and walked slowly towards the wizard apprentice. But there was a gratified smile on his face, as if he was happy from the bottom of his heart for the rescue of his students. At this time, bang, 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 cap, 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 more than a dozen killing spears slammed into the ice barrier. Along with the sound of cracking, the sound of the barrier breaking quietly rose. Hold on, the instructor will soon come to support. Hold on, believe in the instructor. Hold on. The leaders Ian, Vera and others shouted loudly, waving their wands at the same time, mobilizing the magic power in their bodies, and continued to strengthen the defensive effect of the ice barrier. The wizard apprentices behind them were no exception. Although they had retreated to the leisure area before, the leaders Ian, Vera, and Remy were the first batch of students to follow Lockhart, and they still had certain permissions to the world of the universe. It was natural to watch the battlefield. Although they did not mix with the battle of powerful wizards according to the previous training. That was because they also had confidence in Professor Snape's strength, and naturally they were relieved. But seeing that Professor Snape was at a disadvantage and even in danger of his life, at this time, the previous training content was meaningless. Saving the professor was the best choice. What's more, although they could not defeat the powerful enemy, the combined magic gave them the confidence to resist for a period of time. As long as they delayed until Professor Snape recovered from a certain injury or the instructor arrived in time, then everything can be salvaged. However, Ian was a little confused because he had sent a message for help to his mentor before. But why didn't the mentor reply? Maybe the mentor was busy with something. Click, click, click. The surface of the killing spear emitted black and red mist, rotating at high speed, constantly penetrating the ice barrier and killing the enemies hiding behind the barrier. Along with the sound of clicking, a large number of cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. The killing spear had already penetrated most of the ice barrier, but as the magic power of Ian and other wizard apprentices gathered, the barrier became thicker and thicker, and the cracks on the surface began to close slightly. At this time, the Dormammu believers on the opposite side saw that the situation was deadlocked for a while, and they were looking at their companions who were already lying on the ground and most of them were dead. The anger in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger, and they felt angry and endless killing intent. So great dark god Dormammu, your devout people pray to you. Pray to my god to grant us, so that the enemy can enjoy endless despair. The remaining Dormammu believers knelt on one knee on the ground, muttering to themselves, and a large amount of black mist filled the surroundings. In the perception of the wizard apprentices and others, the dark energy emitted by the enemy became more and more powerful and profound, and even made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. We must sacrifice the souls of the blasphemer and his apprentices to the great dark god. As the Dormammu believers continued to call on the gods they believed in, the nearby space began to stir up waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind was howling, and the breath of darkness, fear, despair and so on came to their faces. The faces of the wizard apprentices turned pale, and the fear in their hearts continued to surge. However, after rigorous training, they still gritted their teeth, and insisted on infusing all the magic power in their bodies into the ice barrier in front. Trying to resist the next attack, Snape, who had just recovered from some injuries, seemed to sense the fatal threat and quickly waved his wand to join the joint spell casting. However, his inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger, but now the only thing he could do, besides casting spells with all his strength to resist, was to keep calling Lockhart through the magic brand. Damn, why hasn't Lockhart come yet? Could it be that the communication of the magic brand has been blocked? Thinking of this, Snape couldn't help but feel desperate. This time, it is very likely that not only he will fail, but also all the students and even the entire Vincian world will fail. In fact, the crystal ball that smashed to the ground when the followers of Dormammu just came was a magic item that blocked the communication. In any battle of life and death, cutting off the communication means cutting off the potential support. This is the combat awareness and combat experience. Lockhart has it, and the followers of Dormammu also have it. However, at the beginning, Snape contacted Lockhart while the shielding had not spread to the entire Vincian world. But when the shielding spread to the entire Vincian world, everything was banned. All information can only be exchanged in the Vincian world. Of course, calling on the gods is an exception. My god will send down the magnificent dark destructive power to destroy the blasphemer in front of us. The huge dark power from Dormammu descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled, the black storm descended, and the entire Vincian world's trading area began to shake. Shops began to break, a large number of cracks appeared in the space, and large areas of buildings were swallowed up and worn away. The dark storm spread towards Snape, Ian and other major apprentices. Before it was completely touched, the cold ice barrier seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure of the dark storm. It began to crack and break, and the joint spell was forcibly shattered. Puff, puff. Ian, Vera, including Wanda, Snape, all suffered from the strong backlash of magic. Their faces turned pale, and they spit out blood. However, before they could finish their breathing, buzz, the dark storm hit them. Everyone was eroded by the dark power, and began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their magic began to disappear. Then darkness fell, and consciousness was completely gone. Everyone, death. Update 6,000 words today. Continue tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, Ancient One arrives, time reverses, and conspiracy emerges. Buzz. In the empty dead world, a green light began to shine. Everything that happened began to reverse. It was like pressing the rewind button when watching a movie. The dead people, the shattered house, the disappearing ice barrier, and the huge dark storm began to reverse and reverse. It was like time was flowing backwards. At the same time, several figures appeared in the middle of the battle between the two sides. The leader was a bald woman wearing a yellow wizard's uniform. It was the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. As Ancient One waved the ring in his hand, the Eye of Agamotto floated in front of him, emitting green light. It echoed the reverse flow of time at this moment. The time stone reverses time. At this moment, Lockhart, Cassilis and Thor saw what was happening in front of them, and their eyes flashed with shock. Lockhart, in addition to being shocked, couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One came. Otherwise, his foundation in the Marvel world would really be destroyed. However, seeing such an incredible scene of time reversal, Lockhart looked at the Eye of Agamotto, or the Time Stone, with a flash of eagerness. Whoosh! Time kept flowing backwards, and soon, when the Dormammu believers were about to kneel on one knee and call Dormammu, it stopped abruptly. Hold on, the Mentor will definitely come to support us. At this time, Ian and others behind had returned to the moment of encouraging each other. The Mentor is coming. The Mentor is coming. Because of the reversal of time, Ian and others who had completely lost their memories of death saw the figure of their mentor not far away and shouted excitedly. At this moment, the Ancient One heard the excited shouts of Lockhart's students, and Lockhart's grateful look mixed with eagerness for the Eye of Agamotto. A faint smile floated on his face. This opportunity is very good. Then, the Ancient One waved the ring lightly, stretched out his hand and gently pushed the Dormammu believers opposite. In an instant, a light green ripple quickly spread to the opposite side. Then buzz. The Dormammu believers on the other side turned into ashes and disappeared with the wind. However, Lockhart seemed to hear an angry voice. Ancient One, you can't protect your wizard forever. At the same time, the ice barrier and the killing gun also quietly dissipated. The world of Vincian began to recover as usual. Supreme Master, thank you for helping my students. I will definitely remember this favor in my heart. Lockhart bowed slightly to Ancient One to express his gratitude and promise. If it weren't for the Supreme Master's action, his loss this time would be really great. Supreme Master, thank you for your help. At the same time, Ian and others who received the message from their mentor, they all bowed heavily to Ancient One to show their respect. They didn't know the fact that they had just died, but they knew how powerful the Supreme Master was. In a blink of an eye, all the enemies were wiped out. This demeanor really made Vera, Wanda and others admire her. Well, such a powerful woman, an idol. Get up, kids, you are all great. Ancient One raised his hand slightly and said to everyone with a smile. All the apprentices straightened up involuntarily. Supreme Sorcerer, this is Professor Snape. He speculated that there might be a problem with the magic realm of Kamar-Taj. Do you think we need to enter the secret realm to explore? Lockhart pulled out Snape and introduced him to Ancient One. There was a hint of anger and murderous intent in his words. This was for the harm caused to him by Loki, Mephisto and Dormammu this time. If possible, Snape, very good. I heard Lockhart talk about you before, and he also took you into the magic realm. It seems that Lockhart's choice is not wrong. Ancient One looked at Snape in front of him with a pale face and a slightly gloomy temperament and praised him. However, sensing that Snape was seriously injured, Ancient One waved his hand gently at Snape, and a green light entered Snape's body. In the blink of an eye, Snape felt a life force reappearing in his body, constantly repairing the injuries in his body. It seemed to be many times more effective than the potion he had taken. Sensing everything that happened in his body, Snape's eyes were filled with surprise. As a top potion master, he knew that the damage he had suffered before was not small. If he wanted to recover by himself, he would have to recuperate for at least 2 or 3 months to return to his peak, or even longer. But now, there was almost no damage. Among the wizard apprentices, Professor Snape's originally pale face became ruddy again. The weak breath completely disappeared, and a strong magical breath began to emanate. Once again, they looked at the Supreme Sorcerer in front of them with admiration. During the teaching process, Lockhart would not only talk about the history of the wizard world, he would also talk about the development history of Kamar-Taj and the Marvel world. Among them, Lockhart would naturally not conceal the status of the Supreme Sorcerer and his influence on protecting the Earth. Just like he would not deliberately smear Dumbledore, he also disdained to distort or cover up history. He is confident in himself. Isn't he the Supreme Sorcerer? Isn't he suppressing many dimensional demons? As long as he is given time, he can do it. Snape, can you tell me your guess? Googie seemed to be not in a hurry about the possibility of invading the secret realm of mages, and asked Snape calmly. Snape glanced at Lockhart, saw Lockhart nodded slightly, and began to explain his guess. Supreme Sorcerer, according to the information we have, Loki now needs a batch of materials that can stabilize the space. He is going to summon an army from outer space, and the easiest place to obtain these materials is a Ancient world. Because compared with the three major temples and Kamar-Taj, the guard force of the Ancient world is relatively limited. In addition, the Ancient world, as a trading area for many mages, has stored various materials, and what Loki needs is also among them. So, we think that Loki is very likely to invade the Ancient world. At this point, Snape paused, as if to reorganize his words. Not enough. The problem is that Loki has not appeared, and the people who organized the attack on the universal world are also followers of the evil god. In addition, followers of the evil god have appeared in the New York Temple and SHIELD. I personally think that this is more like a diversion. These are all to attract our attention, delay time, and prepare for their real purpose. I thought about it again and again, and found that the only easier place to start than the universal world is the secret realm of the mage in Kamar-Taj, where there are a lot of materials. The most important thing is that Loki has the cosmic cube that controls the power of space, which can completely open up a passage to the secret realm of the mage. Having said that, Snape did not continue. In fact, there is another doubt that he did not explain clearly, that is, spatial positioning. Invading the universal world, invading the New York Temple, and invading SHIELD. There must be someone who provides positioning, so that the spatial channel can be opened, and the other party can enter the secret realm of Kamar-Taj. There is no doubt that someone provided the positioning, and this person is the traitor of Kamar-Taj. Such things are not convenient to say clearly. After all, he has not joined Kamar-Taj yet, and the students behind him have not either. Ancient One looked at Snape, smiled kindly, and said, Snape, your guess is very valuable. I will arrange for someone to go into the secret realm to investigate. However, at this moment, suddenly, everyone present suddenly felt a sinking in their hearts, as if something bad had happened. At the same time, everyone felt a deep evil thought spreading, even with a tendency to cover the world. Ancient One looked sideways, as if he had sensed something. Then, he said calmly, no need to arrange for a wizard to go to the secret realm of wizards. They have broken the seal of the secret realm. Chapter 393, Three people with ulterior motives, the god of dusk, and the power of origin. Kamar-Taj, the mage's secret realm. The center of the Valley of Spiritual Essence. In the air, there were miniature clouds of various colors floating slowly. According to the opening time of the mage's secret realm, the Valley of Spiritual Essence is a must-go place for all young mages, because the clouds of various colors here always have the effect of purifying spiritual power. However, at this time, the mage's secret realm may have been closed for a short time, and the number of clouds floating in the air is a bit scarce. However, compared with the few three people on the ground, the number of clouds floating above is quite considerable. At this moment, Loki stood in the center of the valley, holding up the Mind Scepter in his hand. The next moment, a light golden whirlwind emerged and flew towards the sky. Soon, in the eyes of Mephisto and the mage David of Kamar-Taj, the clouds of various colors in the sky were drawn into the whirlwind and began to condense into a light ball with golden light towards the center of the whirlwind. Soon, all the nearby clouds were attacked by the whirlwind. In front of Loki, a light golden light ball floated. Loki took a deep breath, and the golden light ball continued to flow into Loki's body like gas. Feeling that his mental power began to purify, Loki couldn't help but smile. Mephisto and David watched quietly on the side without any action. The plan behind needed Loki's help, and the forces behind Loki, they needed to unite even more. What a good thing. I didn't expect that a magician force in Midgard would have such a good thing. Loki, who completely absorbed the light ball, opened his eyes and exclaimed. He decided that after conquering Midgard, he would treat this space secret realm as his own back garden. To be honest, he was a little jealous of the rich resources in this magician's secret realm. In addition to his Asgard warehouse, it was the first time he saw so many resources. It could even be compared with Asgard's reserve resource treasury. Now, all the space materials he needed have been collected. However, according to the contract, he needed to use the cosmic cube and the mind scepter to open a seal. A seal of the dimensional demon god called the God of Dusk. Master Abel, are you sure there is a seal of the God of Twilight here? Loki asked Master David, who was using the alias of Abel. Of course, Lord Loki. David said in a deep voice, I have been trading with the God of Twilight for many years, and this information cannot be wrong. The mage secret realm we are in is built based on the body of the God of Twilight and the Twilight dimension. And the spirit valley we are in is the core of the entire mage secret realm, and it is also the place where the body of the God of Twilight is sealed. Hearing this, Loki showed a mocking smile on his face. This God of Twilight is really miserable. The territory was broken, and even the body was sealed. A shame among the gods. David, who was standing aside, looked normal after hearing this, and didn't say much. He was not a believer of the God of Twilight, but just a trader. He used to give the God of Twilight a chance to breathe, and the God of Twilight had to provide him with corresponding resources, secrets, and information. Otherwise, the God of Twilight would have been dormant for many years. He became fertilizer for the mage secret realm. This time, he gave the God of Twilight a chance to break the seal. Correspondingly, the God of Twilight not only had to help him break the contract with Vishanti, but also had to help him break through to a higher level, or even to the realm of the gods of the dimension. He had already thought about the dimension. He was very familiar with the secret realm of the magicians in Kamar-Taj. Counting half of the dimension, he could also use it to break through the realm of the gods. This was his plan. After all, he was the magician of Kamar-Taj, and it was natural for him to inherit the secret realm of the magicians. As for the God of Twilight, he, Mephisto, who was standing aside, saw the expressions of Loki and David, and smiled as if he was watching a play, but he quickly put it away. The God of Twilight, breaking the seal, would definitely bring great chaos to Kamar-Taj. This was a good opportunity for them to invade the Earth. Of course, if they could bite off another piece of meat from the God of Twilight, it would be even better. But now, they still had to follow the contract. After all, it was signed under the witness of the Great Death. At this moment, the three people with their own ulterior motives all had a faint smile on their faces. However, under the effect of the contract, they were still able to maintain their unity on the surface. Trample, trample, trample. The sound of crisp footsteps came from the depths of the valley. At this moment, Loki, Mephisto, David and his group walked into the depths of the valley. The further they walked, the more clouds floated in the sky. Loki walked forward silently, and the mind scepter in his hand swayed slightly with the swing of his wrist, and a very secret transparent ripple spread out in all directions, as if exploring something. Mephisto on the side also fiddled with his fingers gently, and there were still many small movements in private. And the wizard David, who was leading the way in front, seemed to have noticed nothing, leading the way, and even speeding up his pace. Soon, the three of them stopped at the end of the valley. What caught everyone's eyes was a towering earth and stone wall, and the surface of the wall was very flat, and even a little smooth, which made people feel weird. David walked in front of the wall, holding the hanging ring, and began to scratch the wall continuously. At the same time, in the eyes of Loki and Mephisto, a large number of red flame lines began to emerge on the smooth wall. These lines intertwined, outlining a very large, mysterious red flame pattern. Mephisto sensed the familiar despair, extinction, and madness, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The God of Dusk, this unlucky guy. It was him, no mistake. Although they had a general relationship before, they had also dealt with each other. So, Mephisto exerted a little force on his right foot, and a hidden energy began to spread forward, touching the sealed stone wall, trying to drill into the seal, and establish a connection with the God of Dusk. Then, Zizzy, On the seal wall full of runes, a red flame suddenly lit up, as if burning something, and then disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Mephisto's face was normal, and even a trace of curiosity rose in his eyes. It seemed that everything was an accident, and the wizard David in front of him did not pierce it, but just smiled coldly. The seal carefully set by the Supreme Master was just a clone. How could it be so easy to penetrate? Wouldn't his research over the years be in vain? The key point is still the treasure in Loki's hand, the Cosmic Cube, the Mind Scepter. Sir Loki, it's up to you next. David said to Loki. Don't worry, Abel. Loki flashed an arrogant smile on his face and said, I'm here for everything. A mere seal is nothing to worry about. As he spoke, he took a step forward. At the same time, David's mouth twitched slightly, and then he stepped back. Leave the scene to Loki. But Loki walked in front of the sealed wall, holding the Mind Scepter, and gently touched it. The golden light flashed, as if stimulating something. In an instant, the red flame runes above the sealed wall suddenly lit up, as if activated. The golden light and the red flame runes began to interweave. You are bright, and I'm dark. You come and I go. It's so lively. After a moment, Loki took back the Mind Scepter. Reaching out, the indigo glowing cosmic cube appeared in his hand. Close your eyes. Use the cosmic cube to feel the strength of the surrounding space and the fluctuations of the seal. David, who was standing by, saw this and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. He didn't put the opportunity for a breakthrough on a devil like Mephisto. The most reliable method is to have a careful chat with the god of dusk. But suddenly, Loki opened his eyes, and with the powerful spatial induction of the cosmic cube, he felt the key nodes of the sealed magic circle. So, whoosh, the Mind Scepter in Loki's hand slightly touched the space cube, and light gold and dark blue appeared one after another. At the same time, a strong wind blew, and a terrifying energy pressure continued to spread. Faintly, but as the red flame runes on the sealed stone wall lit up one after another, and became more and more shining, it seemed to be resisting something. Loki Giantsy snorted coldly, increasing the stimulation of the magic power in his body. At the same time, David continued to hang the ring on the sealed stone wall, outlining one red flame line after another. Great God of Dusk, the opportunity to break the seal has come. I need the original power remaining in the Dusk dimension. Chapter 394, Death of the Creator God, ending the Vishanti contract. Dark. Empty. Nothingness. Great God of Dusk, break the seal. Opportunity emerges to return to reality. In the void, a voice that seemed real and illusory spread, as if calling for something. Return. Return. As the voice kept repeating, dark yellow light spots began to emerge in the void. And more, it seemed to form a galaxy like dusk. Who is it? Oh, I remember. Master. So soon. You are here again. The awakened god of dusk seemed to be a little fuzzy, but soon, it seemed to recall the foreshadowing that had been buried before, and responded intermittently. It seemed that after hearing the reply of the god of dusk, the voice began to become a little excited. God of Dusk. Break the seal of the deal. Do you want to fulfill it? Of course, Master. After a moment of silence, the hoarse voice of the god of dusk sounded again. This time, it seemed to sense that the seal outside was shaken. It can be seen with the naked eye that the yellow light in the void, like dusk, suddenly lit up, as if it was a little impatient. After hearing the reply from the god of dusk, the voice sounded again. This time, it was very calm, even revealing a hint of indifference. God of Dusk, the previous deal. The power of the origin of the twilight, the secret method of dimensional refining. As the voice put forward a lot of conditions, without waiting for the god of dusk to reply. The voice sounded again. If you agree, sign a contract in the name of death and hand over a ray of the origin of the power as a deposit. This time, the space was silent. Only the dark yellow light kept jumping, as if thinking or deciding something. Yes, after an unknown amount of time, a hoarse voice sounded. At this time, Master David, who was outside the seal, sensed the reply from the god of dusk, and the movement of the hanging ring in his hand paused slightly. He seemed a little excited, but then returned to normal. Then, sign the contract. The soul left the body. After the voice fell, a transparent figure emerged from David's body. It was David's soul. When the soul left the body turned into ashes. The soul rushed towards the seal. But the seal, which looked like a red flame, suddenly lit up, but then returned to normal. When Mephisto saw David's body turned into ash, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. This fallen wizard was really slippery. Otherwise, his body would be a good medium. With his thoughts turning, Mephisto remained calm and did not make any small moves. The contract involved his interests and had to be fulfilled. After Loki saw it, he turned the scepter in his hand slightly, and a light golden light seemed to want to enter the seal with David's soul. But it was blocked by the seal. However, on the surface of the seal, in the subtle places, a light golden light remained. Sealed space. God of Dusk, I'm here. In the darkness, a transparent figure quickly flew towards the distant Dusk Star River. Soul is here. Are you afraid that I will attack you now? The God of Dusk said hoarsely. I don't have confidence in you, but I have confidence in the Supreme Mage. Mage David said lightly to the galaxy in front of him. This is the only chance to save you. If you miss it, not only will I die, you will never break the seal. You will become fertilizer for the magician's secret realm forever. I think it's appropriate to take a gamble in this situation. David's tone was calm, but there was a hint of madness in his voice. Haha. Ancient One. Facing David's seemingly crazy words, the God of Dusk laughed unpleasantly, but there seemed to be some emotion in his laughter. Sign a contract, in the name of death. The God of Dusk paused for a while and spoke directly. Okay. David nodded calmly. Then, he touched his soul's eyebrows with his fingers, and pulled out a wisp of his true spirit with golden light. It can be clearly seen that as this wisp of true spirit was drawn out, the soul, which was already somewhat illusory, became more transparent. At this moment, in the dusk like a galaxy, a deep yellow light appeared. This is a wisp of true spirit of the dimensional demon god. Like David, after cutting out a wisp of true spirit, the yellow galaxy dimmed a little. However, both sides focused their attention on the true spirits of these two people. The true spirit is the essence of the soul after transformation. Every time it is cut, the soul will be much weaker. The contract they signed was witnessed by the death of one of the gods of creation. The most critical and core material is naturally their souls. With death as a witness, Loki and Mephisto will naturally perform according to the contract. The God of Dusk and David are naturally the same. Otherwise, the God of creation will die and harvest their souls as the price to pay. Soon, as the two true spirits, one gold and one yellow, intersected, in an instant, extremely complex grey runes exuding the breath of death emerged. At the same time, the two people present felt a huge pressure coming towards them. This is the gaze of the death of the God of creation. At the same time, David chanted loudly, Supreme, the death that controls everything, we are willing to sign a contract at the cost of the true spirit. I will break the seal and release the God of Dusk at the same time. The hoarse voice of the God of Dusk came. Supreme, the death that controls everything, we are willing to sign a contract at the cost of our true spirits. I will give you the power of the origin of Dusk. Search for and refine the secrets of dimensions. Soon, under tremendous pressure, the two quickly explained the conditions, and at the same time, a grey-white light containing a lot of death breath flowed. The contract was signed successfully. After David sensed that the contract was signed successfully, he directly began to call Loki and Mephisto outside. Boom. The dark space began to tremble, and blue streams gradually emerged. Feeling the majestic power of space, David waved the hanging ring in his hand and quickly outlined a large number of rune patterns, as if calling for something, or disturbing something. The God of Dusk on the side saw it, and knew that there was a problem with the seal. So he cooperated with David to disturb the seal. Boom. At this moment, as Loki released a huge space force with the help of the cosmic cube to disturb the seal, the originally smooth seal stone wall began to tremble, and a large amount of red flame light emerged with the cracks on the stone wall, and there were flying stones splashing from above. Mephisto, who was standing by, saw this and began to call on the power of hell to speed up the breaking of the seal. But, as the seal was constantly broken, the entire secret space began to tremble slightly. However, it was just a tremor, and there was no major impact. Ancient One, I want to come out, you can't kill me. Revenge, revenge. In front of the constantly cracking seal stone wall, the voice of the God of Dusk mixed with anger and surprise rang out, penetrating the sky. After seeing this, Loki waved the Mind Scepter in his hand continuously, and golden light covered the surface of the seal, but then disappeared. Mephisto, who was standing by, took a look, and showed a half smile on his face. He knew what Loki was planning, but he didn't intend to expose it. Boom. Not long after, accompanied by a loud bang, the seal was officially broken. At the same time, a dark yellow figure walked out of the seal. Following closely behind was David's soul. Mephisto, why is it you? The god of dusk, who had just come out, saw Mephisto's figure, and asked in surprise. However, without waiting for Mephisto to reply, the god of dusk spread his hands, looked up at the sky, and closed his eyes, as if sensing his own twilight dimension. Feeling the looming call, the face of the god of dusk gradually became ugly. His own twilight dimension has been transformed beyond recognition by Ancient One. In fact, only some connections between him and the dimension remain. It will take a lot of effort to regain sovereignty. However, with only the remaining connections, the god of dusk can still borrow the power of some dimensions or secret realms. It can be seen with the naked eye that a vortex shaped like a tornado emerged above the god of dusk. Huge elemental magic began to gather and poured into the body of the god of dusk. At the same time, David on the side felt the twilight deep in his soul, the power of the origin, and a large amount of secret information. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then, start to wear down Vishanda's contract. Chapter 395 Avengers, Dimension Invasion War. Ancient One, I'm out. What you love, cherish, and protect. I want you to see with your own eyes how I destroy them one by one. Feeling the energy further replenished, the god of dusk, who had recovered from his weak state, couldn't help but say it, as if he was swearing. When Mephisto heard it, his face showed a look of as expected. This god of dusk has always been a little narrow-minded. Last time he was looking for revenge on Ancient One, but he was caught by Ancient One, who had been preparing for a long time, and even the latitude was almost destroyed. This time, I hope I can grow my brain and cause more trouble to Kamar-Taj and Ancient One. God of Dusk, Mephisto, Loki, we should go. If we don't leave now, the Supreme Sorcerer will come. David, who had just checked that the secret method of destroying the Vishanti contract was indeed effective and was still in the soul state, couldn't wait to remind him. You should know that the dimension increases your combat power. We must not fight the Supreme Sorcerer in the secret realm. After hearing this, Loki waved his Mind Scepter without hesitation and lightly touched the cosmic cube. The next moment, a huge blue space vortex emerged. I'm leaving first. We'll talk later. After David saw the vortex, he reminded him and flew directly into the vortex and teleported away. He was not worried about any problems. He didn't trust Loki much, so he marked it in the contract. Loki saw David's leaving figure and felt the vague connection in his heart. He smiled slightly and entered the vortex. What he promised was done. The next step was to summon his army, conquer Midgard. Dusk, the Ancient One is coming. This incomplete latitude has been controlled by the Ancient One. Mephisto, who was standing aside, reminded them after seeing that the two had left and then entered the space vortex. If you don't want to be sealed again, remember to leave quickly. Humph. Hearing the sound of Mephisto's departure, the god of dusk snorted coldly. After looking around, a look of pity and a little fear appeared on his face. In an instant, the yellow figure flew into the space vortex and left. At the same time, it seemed to notice that no one entered the teleportation. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the blue space vortex began to collapse rapidly and disappeared. Everything returned to silence. In the secret space, in front of the collapsed ceiling stone wall. Not long after Loki and his friends left. Buzz. A red flame-colored teleportation halo appeared at the location where they left. A figure on the tree path walked out of it. The leader was the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, followed by Lockhart, Cassilis, Snape and others. Supreme Sorcerer, the other party seems to have left not long ago. Lockhart felt the spatial fluctuations around him and said, but the space has been disturbed. I don't know where the other party teleported. At the same time, waving the magic wand in his hand, a pale white ripple began to spread outward. The trace appeared As Lockhart cast the spell, the scene in front of everyone began to change, just like a stone falling into the water, stirring up waves. Soon, in the eyes of everyone, the picture began to change. Loki, Mephisto, and a man in black robes appeared, and the three of them communicated, and broke the seal. The god of dusk broke free from the seal, and the words of revenge on the Ancient One and Kamar-Taj appeared one by one. After a moment, the picture disappeared. Sorcerer Supreme, what do you want to do next? Looking at the Ancient One, who seemed calm, and seemed not surprised at all about the evil god breaking free from the seal, Lockhart's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion, but he still asked, Lockhart, what do you think? The Ancient One said, catch Loki, kill the traitor, suppress the evil god, and prepare for the dimensional invasion war. SHIELD, Skycarrier has reached the scheduled flight orbit. Level 1 alert has been activated. Support has been obtained from 32 military satellites and 12 Stark industrial satellites. Magic interference has been activated. In the command room, Nick Fury leaned on the table with both hands and heard voices from all directions. A trace of relief appeared on his expressionless face. The aircraft carrier had just risen when it was invaded by the enemy. All the SHIELD agents had almost no ability to resist. If Lockhart and others had not come to support, I'm afraid that their shield would have failed and become a joke. But how did Lockhart know about the invasion of SHIELD? It seems that he has not had time to contact Lockhart and others. Thinking about it, Nick Fury buried his thoughts deep in his heart. Now, solving all the troubles that Loki has brought to the Earth is the most important thing. He has heard from Professor Snape of the Universal World that Loki is going to invade and conquer the Earth with an army. When Nick Fury was thinking, suddenly whoosh, a black shadow flashed, and a familiar figure appeared next to Nick Fury. Apparition. It was Snape. Professor Snape, why are you here? How are things in the Vincian world? He felt a person suddenly appear beside him. Nick Fury. His body froze for a moment, as if he was frightened. He turned his head slightly and saw that it was Snape who had communicated with him before, so he asked, damn, wasn't the magic interference activated? How could the other party still reach him? Your methods can only affect some ordinary wizards. For us, it won't cause any interference. Snape glanced at Nick Fury, who remained calm and used his divine sense to detect Nick Fury's thoughts, and then said lightly, he really couldn't have any good feelings for such a deep-minded muggle. He always thought of some plans and explored intelligence. His strength was average, and it was 1,000 times more troublesome than the auras. If Lockhart hadn't reminded him, he would have taught this black agent a memorable lesson. Hearing what Snape said, Nick Fury smiled awkwardly. At the same time, his brain tried its best to empty itself, as if he was not prepared to let Snape detect any thoughts. This is the only method they have researched so far. After Snape felt it, a trace of disdain flashed across his face, and then he said calmly, Lockhart asked me to come here to remind you that Loki's plot has succeeded. He is likely to summon an army. Later, I will be responsible for communicating with you and providing magical support to capture Loki together. Hearing this, Nick Fury's face turned ugly, and he didn't care about Snape's magic. He kept thinking about the various effects of the invasion of alien troops and how to minimize the impact. After a moment, Nick Fury looked into Snape's eyes and asked, Professor Snape, what are Lockhart and Kamar-Taj doing? Can they capture Loki now? He thought of many options. If the Supreme Sorcerer, who is known as the strongest person on Earth, takes action, the probability of solving the problem is undoubtedly the highest. Of course, if Lockhart takes action, it can also greatly increase the probability. After hearing this, Snape shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Kamar-Taj won't be able to help much with Loki's invasion, because they have more important things to do, involving the safety of the Earth. Comparatively speaking, Loki's harm is less. What could be more important than an alien army invading the Earth? Nick Fury's tone was filled with unconcealed anger. The evil gods are invading, and I don't know how many evil gods are ready to divide the Earth. Snape said lightly, this is more dangerous than the so-called Loki. Lockhart and the wizards of Kamar-Taj are preparing for a war of dimensional invasion. I was sent by Lockhart to see if I can make up for your shortcomings in magic. Hearing this, a trace of helplessness flashed across Nick Fury's face. It's really an internal and external trouble. However, he regained his calm. He has never completely placed the safety of the Earth on the so-called Kamar-Taj. Professor Snape, in this case, in order to better exert your power, I think you can temporarily join our shield. Avengers. Chapter 396. The Chatoriumi arrives, and the war begins. Whoosh. The airwave from the start of the plane blew up like a strong wind at the airport. A large number of SHIELD agents were busy at the airport. Some were moving some weapons, and some were holding guns, and seemed to be guarding. At the edge of the airport, a man wearing a black leather jacket and carrying a 5-star shield seemed to be waiting for something. "Captain, you are finally here." Natasha walked in front of Steve and said, "Sorry, I just received a message from Peggy." Steve said apologetically with his shield on his back. "What is the situation now?" "Everyone is here. The details will be discussed after meeting the director," Natasha said as she led the way. "Ms. Peggy should have told you about the Avengers plan. We need to work together for this crisis. By the way, I also want to thank you for telling Professor Snape last time that I could borrow some magic books. It's okay. Although they are special, they are not very advanced knowledge." Steve said gently, "They are just some magic to enhance the body." Snape doesn't care too much. Besides, it's rare to meet someone with the qualifications of a wizard. "I still have to thank the captain," Natasha thanked. "If you need anything in the future, just find me." The two chatted as they walked into the interior of an airplane. Soon, Natasha took Steve to the interior of the cabin, which was decorated like a living room. At this time, several people were chatting inside the cabin. "Hey, Johnny, I saw your car before. It's really amazing." Tony walked up to Johnny Blaze with a glass of wine and asked curiously, "Tell me, when you perform car stunts, do you use any special abilities?" Johnny Blaze smiled and said, "I never use my abilities when performing car stunts. I really enjoy the excitement of challenging the limits and jumping into the air." Hearing this, Tony nodded and did not continue to ask, but changed the subject. "How did you join SHIELD?" SHIELD is notoriously difficult to deal with. At this time, tap, tap, tap. "Tony, that's not nice to hear." With the sound of footsteps, Natasha walked in with Steve and said to Tony with a smile, "If the director knows, he will have to nag again." "Come on, Nick Fury will just pretend not to hear it," Tony complained. He was really speechless about this black man. "What's the matter with calling us here this time? And to let me join your boys league?" Natasha smiled and didn't continue, but introduced to everyone. "I believe everyone present has grown up listening to his stories. Captain America, Steve Rogers." Hearing this, Johnny Blaze and the Hulk Bruce Banner next to him showed a hint of surprise, and Tony Stark next to him had a complicated expression. He had never met this person, but the other party was a good friend of his father. But seeing such a young face, calling him uncle, unless he was killed. "Hey, Captain, I heard that you are alive again, but I didn't have time to see you." Tony simply greeted him. "Hello, Tony." Steve thought of Peggy's instructions in his mind, greeted him, and didn't mention Tony's parents. "This is Johnny Blaze, who has dealt with Professor Lockhart before." Natasha introduced Johnny Blaze again. "Johnny, hello." Steve greeted. Johnny, Steve is now serving as a melee instructor for mages in the Vincian world. Hearing Natasha's reminder, Johnny nodded in surprise and wanted to say something, but held back. "This is Bruce Banner." Natasha pointed at Banner and introduced him, the world's top nuclear physicist with 7 doctoral degrees. "Hello, Banner." "Hello, Captain." The two sides exchanged a few polite words. Natasha, who was standing by, saw this and said a few words to ease the relationship between the three. At the same time, the plane was shaking slightly and flying towards its destination. Sky Carrier, Command Room. "Professor Snape, it's great that you can come to be a magic consultant. We at SHIELD need talents like you so much." Nick Fury stood in front of Snape and said, "Don't worry, SHIELD will do its best to find the materials needed by the Vincian world." "Yeah." Snape nodded slightly reservedly, indicating that he understood. If Lockhart hadn't specifically mentioned it, he wouldn't bother dealing with Muggle organizations. At this moment, step, trample, trample, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Natasha led everyone to come. "Snape, you are here too." Steve said in surprise, not understanding what Natasha said. Yes, Lockhart asked me to come. Snape nodded and said, he is worried that shield can't hold on, so he asked me to provide magical support. He had a good impression of Steve. After all, strength is the premise of equal communication. Nick Fury, who was standing by, saw it and pointed at everyone to introduce them without waiting for the two sides to continue communicating. Professor Snape, this is Tony's scientific advisor for S.H.I.E.L.D. This is Dr. Banner, Johnny. They have powerful extraordinary abilities. I believe they can play a big role in this crisis. Nick Fury praised. Everyone, this is Professor Snape from the Vincian world. You can consult Professor Snape directly for subsequent magical matters. Hello, Professor Snape. While everyone was communicating, suddenly, buzz, a harsh sound rang out, accompanied by a voice mixed with fear. Director, this is bad. Aliens have really invaded New York. New York, on the top of the Stark building. Loki followed the local customs, wearing a black suit and holding a scepter in his hand, standing on the tallest building in New York. Looking down at the entire city, his face showed a smile called arrogance, but in fact it was rampant. He seemed to think that conquering Midgard or the Earth would be easy. Behind him, a huge precision machine was starting up, and Selvig was constantly controlling the machine. In the middle of this precision machine, a cosmic cube with a blue glow floated in it, as if providing it with energy. Next to it, Hawkeye and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, holding weapons and looking alert. Master, the machine has been debugged. After entering the space coordinates, it can be started at any time. Selvig said loudly after debugging the machine. After hearing this, Loki turned around and looked at the machine in front of him. His mouth curled up, and his face showed a look of control over everything. Slowly walked to the machine, holding the scepter of the mind in his hand, and gently touched the machine. A light golden light flowed, and a secret information flow was instilled into it. The next moment, boom. A huge blue light column emerged and poured into the sky. Looking up, I saw that at the top of the blue light column, a dark black hole-like existence was opened. Then, boom. From the cosmic transmission channel shaped like a black hole, intruders poured out densely, like a flood. It was the Chitauri army. Chapter 397, The Core of Origin, Invasion of the Temple. London, a cafe. Tick, 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 tick. Although it was noon, the sky was a little dim under the many dark clouds, and the drizzle outside the window was even more drizzling. In the window seat of the cafe, Mephisto gently stirred the coffee in front of him with a spoon. Opposite him, sat a middle-aged man with yellowish skin. It was the God of Dusk. Mephisto, if you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. Looking at the old friend in front of him, a trace of fear appeared on the face of the God of Dusk. Although the other party was a clone, his condition was not good, especially when facing this hell demon known for his cunning. Facing the cold urging of the God of Dusk, Mephisto smiled and said, "First of all, congratulations, Dusk, for breaking free from the seal. How does it feel to be free?" Humph. The God of Dusk did not reply, but just snorted coldly. Then, Mephisto changed the subject and said, "Dusk, do you want to take back your dimension? I can help you." Hearing this, the God of Dusk was silent for a moment, and then said, "What is the price? There is something I need your help with." Mephisto was not polite and said, "Go and attack the 3 holy temples, and weaken the defense of the earth. After we come in, we can naturally help you take back your dimension." "Okay, no problem, I'll go now." The God of Dusk immediately agreed, then stood up, and turned to leave. He is not a fool. What if he goes directly to the 3 holy temples, and is hit by Ancient One? His current state is not good. If he wants to retaliate, it will definitely not be now. He is not an idiot. He said a few perfunctory words, and prepared to leave. If you deal with Mephisto, you may be swallowed up by him skin and bones, if you are not careful. Dusk, I look forward to your performance. By the way, I forgot to tell you that your origin core is divided into 3 parts and left in the 3 major temples. It is the energy source of the magic circle. When the time comes, remember to take it away as soon as possible, and don't let the magicians of Kamar-Taj move it. The location of the London temple is at 22 Carl Street. The God of Dusk was walking out of the cafe. Hearing Mephisto's loud reminder, his steps paused, but he continued to walk out. When Mephisto saw the performance of the God of Dusk, a faint smile floated on his face. The origin core can also be called the dimension core. Every dimensional demon has it. It is the core of refining and controlling the dimension, and it is also the key to realm promotion. If the God of Dusk wants to quickly restore his strength and want to take back his own dimension, the origin core is indispensable. This is a clear plan, and there is no need to worry that the God of Dusk will not enter. TSK. I have to thank the fallen magician, otherwise how could he get such precious information? Seeing the figure of the God of Dusk disappear, Mephisto stood up and glanced at the other guests in the cafe. Bang! The cane touched the ground lightly, and a hidden ripple spread outward. Everyone turned to ashes. Hong Kong Temple. In the spacious hall, many mages walked back and forth, looking at the surrounding environment. At the tea table on the side, two mages sat opposite each other, seemingly communicating something. Master David, how come you have time to come here today and bring other mages with you? Sitting at the table in the hall, Li Haoyuan, the guarding mage of the Hong Kong Temple, glanced at the other mages who had just come in. He poured a cup of tea for David, sat at the table in the hall, and asked with some confusion. He understood that there were mages coming to the Hong Kong Temple, but this time, the number of mages coming was a bit too much. Lee, the situation is not good now. A dimensional demon has escaped from the seal, and the Supreme Mage asked me to inform you to further strengthen the security of the temple. The other party's target is very likely the three major temples. Hearing this, Li Haoyuan asked in surprise, David, are you sure? Aren't all the dimensional demons isolated outside the earth? After hearing this, David lowered his voice and said, Lee, I received the news. This dimensional demon is the one who was sealed in the Mage's secret realm. It seems that Mephisto is also involved. How is it possible? Li Haoyuan's expression changed, and he said, the Mage's secret realm can only be opened by the Supreme Mage. How could Mephisto enter the secret realm? Could it be? Li Haoyuan did not say it, but David nodded slightly and added, I think the same as you. There is a traitor. Someone is colluding with Mephisto. So, the Supreme Mage asked you to pay attention to the safety of the Hong Kong Temple. Especially the magic circle. It must be protected well, and don't let the enemy take advantage of it. Hearing this, Li Haoyuan nodded slowly, as if he had not recovered from such a big news. David continued. The London Temple and the New York Temple have sent people to strengthen the defense force. I'm now leading some mages to support the Hong Kong Temple. If there is no problem, I suggest that you take people to the core of the magic circle now. After hearing this, Li Haoyuan hesitated and said, since it is the order of the Supreme Mage, I have no problem. But can I see the pass token? You know, according to the regulations, I cannot let you pass without a token. After hearing this, David glanced at the position of the other mages and said with a smile, Lee, of course there is no problem. It should be. I know the rules. I will give it to you right away. As he said that, he stood up, walked to Li Haoyuan's side, reached out and took out a token from his pocket, and placed it in front of him. Li Haoyuan did not doubt him, reached out and took the token, ready to take a look. At this moment, buzz. The magic power in the hands of the mage David gathered, and a transparent sharp magic blade appeared from his hand. Instantly, from the back, he stabbed towards the heart of Li Haoyuan who was observing the token. You Li Haoyuan seemed to be completely unprepared, screamed, and was instantly seriously injured. He wanted to say something, but David twisted the magic blade in his hand indifferently. Almost at the same time, a large number of dark green blood vessels began to emerge on the surface of his body. Toxin erosion. In just a few seconds, Li Haoyuan's eyes showed a trace of despair, and he died. At the same time, bang, 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 the sound of several bodies falling to the ground emerged. It was the mage who came with David, taking advantage of everyone's lack of defense, and sneaked up on other mages in the hall. In the case of intentional versus unintentional, most of the mages did not have time to react and died directly. Occasionally, one or two, relying on the defensive items on their bodies, resisted the initial attack. But as several mages joined forces, they were caught and strangled after a few moves. David, it's time to go. It won't be long before Kamar-Taj will react. Mage Johnson looked at David and reminded him. Okay, let's get the origin core first. David looked at the dead Hong Kong Temple Guardian mage lying on the ground and said coldly, with the origin core, it will be easier to rob the dimension. As he said that, he took out a mahogany token from Li Haoyan and walked towards the depths of the Hong Kong Temple. As he walked, his figure and appearance began to change. He was exactly the same as Li Haoyan. He chose to take action in the Hong Kong Temple, so he naturally investigated everything outside the New York Temple. Boom. Lockhart looked at the dense alien army pouring out from the space black hole above the sky and fell into deep thought. He didn't have to worry about the Chitauri army summoned by Loki because S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers could hold on. Now, the most important thing is the escaped dimensional demons and David and the others. There is no news now. Lockhart, let's not get involved in this matter for now. Cassilis looked at the pouring Chitauri army and comforted him. Resisting the invasion of the dimension is the most important thing. After we solve it, these invaders, no one can escape. Understood. Lockhart nodded. At this moment, bang, the door of the temple was suddenly pushed open, and a wizard shouted at Cassilis. It's bad, Instructor. The London temple has been invaded by the evil god. Urgent support is needed. Chapter 398 Sky Carrier version of Ghost Rider. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. Save me. Who can save me? Run. Run quickly. There are aliens. Bullets and lasers collided with each other in mid-air. Glass and tall buildings collapsed one after another, and rocks flew everywhere. In the air, hoarse unknown languages were heard, and the strange-looking Zeta soldiers wearing black mechas were attacking wantonly on flying motorcycles. On the streets of New York, many ordinary people were constantly running for their lives and wailing. Boom. The tall building was cut by a laser from the invaders, and several huge rocks fell down. On the ground, there were only pedestrians who were running for their lives. Among them, there were old people, women, and even children. Seeing the huge rocks falling, pedestrians died. Suddenly boom. The rocks were hit by energy cannons and turned into fragments. Iron Man. Mom, it's Iron Man. A 7 or 8-year-old child who was being held by his mother to escape shouted in a baby voice as he looked at the red and yellow armor holding rocks in the air. At this time, Tony glanced at the child on the ground, then turned and flew into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Along the way, all kinds of weapons on the armor's arms and shoulders were turned on, and lasers and bullets shot at the enemy like raindrops. In addition, a laser cannon hit from time to time. One after another, the invaders who were hit fell from the air to the ground. At the same time, from a distance, one white airflow after another rushed towards New York. Zooming in, it was one steel armor after another. These steel armors controlled by the artificial intelligence JARVIS joined the battlefield one after another. They began to kill invaders one after another. Roar. With a roar, the Hulk raised a broken car and smashed it at the enemy opposite. At the same time, he took advantage of the momentum and rushed forward. Bang, bang, punch after punch hit the enemy in front of him. The laser guns in the hands of these Chitauri warriors only left white spots on the Hulk's dark green skin, basically unscathed. However, this made the Hulk even angrier. He roared and ran towards the blue beam of light not far away. On the way, he met the invading Chitauri soldiers, and he pinched them with one hand, killing them directly. Then his body became a weapon and smashed into the distance. The Chitauri soldiers flying in the air were smashed down one after another. For a moment, it can be said that they would kill gods and Buddhas. Boom. On the battlefield, soldiers on the ground and Chitauri soldiers flying in the air fought each other. But it was obvious that the Chitauri soldiers were in the upper hand. Flocks of birds. Flocks of birds. All protection. All protection. Snape floated in the air, looking at the Chitauri soldiers flying around and attacking everywhere with an indifferent expression. However, as he waved his wand, large-scale spells were cast one after another. In the air, a group of dark blue bird creatures with energy suddenly appeared. Then, as if intelligent, they automatically chased nearby enemies. When a dark blue bird hit an invader, with a bang, a blood hole as big as a basketball was blown open. Basically, it can be said that, hit and you die. With the naked eye, it can be seen that with Snape as the center, the surrounding Zetahu soldiers fell one after another like dumplings. However, the pedestrians on the ground were hardly affected at all. because above their heads, a faint transparent light curtain emerged. It resisted the flying stones and the falling bodies of other Swiss soldiers. It can be said that, as long as you don't run out of the defense range, you can still save your life. At the same time, the Zetahu soldiers in the distance saw this conspicuous scene. Like waves, they rushed towards Snape, as if they wanted to knock down the most conspicuous thorn. After all, according to the calculation of the main brain, this earthling with mysterious powers was killing his companions all the time. Snape saw the Zetahu soldiers who had just cleared the surroundings, and they rushed out again. His face was indifferent, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Clay people also have 3 points of anger. Come to besiege yourself. Are you ready to die? As Snape waved his wand again, wisps of greyish-white aura emerged. At the same time, beside Snape, 4 puppets emitting curses and despair emerged. They were the cursed puppets that Lockhart had made with many Hydra agents. Whoosh! As Snape slid his wand, wisps of greyish-white cursed aura quickly spread around. In just a few seconds, the environment around Snape was all greyish-white. It was as if he had come to a greyish-white world. When the greyish-white world passed by the nearest Zetahu soldiers, then darkness, coldness, despair, and a large amount of negative emotions poured into the souls of these transformed Zetahu soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. With almost no ability to resist, a large number of Zetahu soldiers fell to the ground powerlessly. Seeing this scene, Snape narrowed his eyes and thought. He hadn't cast any magic yet, but the other party couldn't bear the aura alone. You know, ordinary muggles can resist the aura for a while. He seemed to know the weakness of this group of invaders. Weak souls. As his thoughts turned, Snape glanced at the 4 cursed puppets again, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that Lockhart had a purpose in lending him the cursed puppets. What a coincidence. This time, as Snape waved his wand, the 4 cursed puppets surrounded Snape. Then, the wand drew one clever grey-white rune after another in the air. At the same time, a breeze with a mysterious atmosphere slowly blew around. The wind of the soul. Whoosh, whoosh. The breeze blew, and the pedestrians on the ground felt dizzy after feeling the breeze, but soon returned to normal. But when the surrounding Zetahu soldiers met the breeze, they suddenly saw darkness in front of their eyes. The souls that were originally weakened by the physical transformation seemed to have been hit hard. Coma and death were everywhere. It was visible to the naked eye, as if the wind was blowing through a rice field. A large number of Zetahu soldiers fell down one after another. This scene made the pedestrians on the ground excited. At the same time, hiss, hiss, hiss. The Zetahu soldiers in the distance saw such a horrifying scene and immediately screamed loudly. What were they calling for warning? At the same time, they fled far away. After seeing this, Snape's mouth curled up. Knowing the intruder's weakness, it was easy to kill them like cattle and sheep. Then, Snape flew around with the cursed puppet, and at the same time cast the soul wind that could shake the soul. It was like mowing the grass to harvest a large number of invading Zetahu soldiers. Not long after, suddenly, a huge energy wave attracted Snape's attention. Looking into the distance, he saw a sky carrier wrapped in a large amount of hellfire, slowly flying towards the space wormhole. Sky aircraft carrier version, Ghost Rider. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Hellcarrier, Crazy Attack. Director, a suspected large-scale heavy-loaded mechanical warship has appeared again from the space wormhole. Currently, only armor-piercing bullets can penetrate the opponent's metal shell, but the damage caused is unknown. Raw. Nick Fury looked at the black mechanical warship on the screen that looked like a flying fish with a fully armored shell, while listening to Hill's analysis next to him. On the screen, mechanical warships shaped like flying fish rushed out of space one after another. With a hoarse roar, these huge mechanical monster fish attacked everywhere and destroyed various buildings. At the same time, a large number of invaders also left the huge mechanical monster fish and launched an attack. At this moment, although Nick Fury had a blank expression on his face, his palms began to clench tightly, indicating his inattention. After listening to the analysis on the side, he said calmly, contact Johnny and start plan C. At the same time, mobilize resources and provide cover. Okay, Director. Hill responded, and then began to contact Johnny Blaze to start the plan. A certain sky carrier, command room. Coulson, your plan is really crazy. Johnny Blaze stood in the command cabin and said in surprise to the screen in front of him. The current situation has become very bad. Coulson said in a low voice, we are currently at a disadvantage. If we don't go crazy, I'm afraid there will be no hope. Hearing this, Johnny glanced at the screen next to him and saw the scene of New York becoming a disaster scene under the wanton attack of a large number of invaders. After a moment of silence, Johnny nodded heavily and said, I'll try my best. Johnny, this time, it depends on you. Coulson didn't say anything and finally encouraged. Then, the screen disappeared. What came into view were the current disaster scenes in various parts of New York. Most of the collapsed high-rise buildings, buildings on fire, and a large number of New Yorkers who died and were slaughtered. Sin. Huge sin. Anger, wailing, and the wonderful taste of despair. I feel the struggle, liberation, and the desire of the soul. In the depths of Johnny's mind, the hoarse voice of the spirit of Zatanus sounded, and it became more and more intense. But Johnny looked at his palm and didn't respond. Around him, the entire command room, the entire sky carrier, except for him, there was no one. Snap. The Hellcarrier project is launched. Mr. Johnny Blazer, I wish you good luck. As Johnny Blazer pressed the red button in front of him heavily, the blessing of the artificial intelligence sounded. With a hum, the entire command room and the entire sky carrier fell into darkness. The next moment, boom. In the darkness, flames rose, and a flaming skeleton wrapped in hellfire appeared. Then, the skeleton placed his right hand covered with flames on the command platform. In an instant, the hellfire quickly spread to the surroundings, covering the command room, extending to the corridors and rooms outside. In less than half a minute, the entire sky carrier was full of hellfire. From a distance, the entire aircraft carrier has been deformed. The mechanical and cold aircraft carrier is now wrapped in hellfire. The originally flat surface began to twist, highlighting hideous spikes one by one. A large number of gun barrels, aircraft and other weapons also began to gradually deform, becoming more hideous and more aggressive. Power. I feel a huge power. The hoarse voice of the forest of Zatanus sounded deep in his mind. Johnny, with a skull wrapped in flames, opened his mouth and said, let us purify the world of sin. Boom. With Johnny's mind control, this aircraft carrier transformed by the hellfire flew towards the Chitauri army. Hiss. Hiss. Looking at the huge, flame-wrapped hell aircraft carrier flying not far away, a large number of Chitauri soldiers shouted, seeming to be very shocked. Great Creator, Hell Spirit, at your service. The firepower will be fully open to strangle every sin. Purify the world, purify evil. Accompanied by the crazy and hoarse voice of the Hell Spirit, the artificial intelligence transformed by the hellfire. Various artillery and missiles on the surface of the Hell aircraft carrier were activated. Click, 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 rumble. Flying over New York, the machine guns, artillery, missiles, etc. around the Hell aircraft carrier were activated. In an instant, a large number of flaming bullets and shells fired at the Chitauri soldiers below. A large number of Chitauri soldiers were strangled, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. Then they caught fire, and turned into ashes. The high-rise buildings, the ground, vehicles and other objects that were attacked all had residual flames. At the same time, the fighters wrapped in hellfire left the Hell carrier and attacked the enemies around them. However, they seemed to need the support of the hellfire of the Ghost Rider, so they did not leave the carrier, but acted as wingmen nearby to launch the attack. As the carrier flew towards the center of the city, bullets, lasers, and missiles intertwined. The Hellfighters fired a large number of bullets, killing one Chitauri soldier after another. It can be seen with the naked eye that with the attack from the Hell carrier, a large number of Chitauri soldiers fell to the ground like dumplings. The attached flames burned them to ashes. The pedestrians below saw this scene and showed expressions of surprise, relief, joy, etc. At this moment, Johnny set his sights on those mechanical warships, covered with sharp metal steel sheets and shaped like flying fish. Boom. 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 Several missiles wrapped with hellfire were fired at the huge mechanical fish. With a loud bang, the hellfire exploded and attached to the mechanical fish. In an instant, a large amount of hellfire rose up, as if it wanted to incinerate this mechanical warship. Roar. As the hellfire burned, the mechanical fish began to roar angrily, rolling constantly, crashing into nearby buildings, and spewing a large amount of blue gas. It seemed to want to use this to eliminate the hellfire on its body. But obviously, everything was in vain. Under Johnny's control, the hellfire, which can burn both souls and everything in the world, rose again without hesitation. In less than 10 seconds, it was visible to the naked eye that the mechanical fish was incinerated and shrunk by half, and there was a faint white steam floating in the sky. Not long after, the hellfire completely incinerated this hell battleship, and then, as if it had intelligence, it took the initiative to fly back to the hell aircraft carrier. At the same time, other mechanical fish that were hit and incinerated. Of course, the Zatori soldiers and warships also fought back after seeing this scene. A large number of lasers and energy bombs were also fired at the hell carrier. But before it hit, it was detonated by the hellfire that was coming towards it, resisting. Even though it was successfully shot, the modified hell carrier was completely unaffected. After being bombarded, the broken parts began to repair automatically. This is the creation of the hellfire, and it also comes from extraordinary power. Without the existence of the same level, it is difficult to cause devastating damage to it. Soon, Johnny drove the hell carrier and flew towards the enemy like Snape. Every time he passed a place, the nearby Zatori soldiers and warships were wiped out. It can be said that wherever he went, there was absolute victory. In local areas, he had the upper hand. Nick Fury in the distance watched the hell carrier destroy those huge, flying fish-shaped mechanical warships one by one like a greedy snake. A smile appeared on his face, mixed with relief. At this moment, Johnny drove the hell carrier slowly towards the space black hole above Stark Tower. At the same time, Iron Man, Hulk, Snape, Black Widow and others rushed towards Stark Tower while killing the Chitauri soldiers. Chapter 400, Supreme Mage, what are you going to do? London Temple. Whoosh, whoosh. It was clearly noon, but the sky was still dim. At the same time, the wind was howling, and the leaves and dust on the street were blown up. Several tornadoes were formed and moved slowly forward. At the intersection of these tornadoes, there was an ancient palace. It was obviously different from the surrounding high-rise buildings. And this was the London Temple, one of the 3 major temples. Boom. 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 At this time, there was no one outside the temple, only the wind was howling, and dust and sand hit the walls of the temple gate. There was a thumping sound. On the walls of the temple, a large number of red flame runes appeared. The red flame runes flickered and kept jumping, as if resisting the attack of sand or some kind of power. As time passed, the wind became stronger and stronger, and vaguely, it could be seen that these tornadoes were dark yellow. It could be dust accumulation, or it could be some kind of strange energy infection. At this time, inside the London Temple, a large number of mages stood in various positions in the hall, constantly waving the hanging rings in their hands, outlining one red flame rune after another. As a large number of red flame runes entered the wall, all the mages present relaxed a little. However, Master Arnold, when will the support arrive? Yes, we can't hold on for long alone. This time, the evil god's body has arrived. Many black and white mages asked Arnold, the guarding mage of the London Temple in the front. At this moment, Arnold did not stop the hanging ring in his hand, and continued to slowly draw, outline runes, infuse magic power, and support the magic circle defense. Everyone be patient, the support will arrive soon. We must have confidence. Although the opponent is the real body, it has been severely damaged. Arnold comforted everyone and said, as long as we work together, I believe that the evil god will never step into the London Temple. As a guarding mage, Arnold has always had a lot of prestige in the London Temple. Hearing what Arnold said, the mages lowered their voices and continued to wave the Zuanji, outline the runes, and merge into the magic circle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seemed that they were a little impatient with the tenacious resistance of the London Temple. The tornado outside was getting bigger and bigger, and there was a tendency to close. Soon, 6 or 7 tornadoes merged into 3 large tornadoes with a deep yellow color, surrounding the entire London Temple. At the same time, a huge evil energy began to gather. If Ancient One were to identify this power, it would be the twilight power of the god of twilight. The energy level was the same as the power of Vishanti. Then bang, bang, bang. The 3 deep yellow tornadoes continued to rotate at high speed, and one after another yellow wind blades began to attack the London Temple like a machine gun. It can be seen with the naked eye that the entire London Temple was under attack by dense yellow wind blades. It was just that it was defended by the rune defense outside the temple. Feeling the huge pressure brought by the attack, the mages inside the temple began to sweat on their foreheads. However, they also accelerated the swinging of the ring to replenish magic power. Master Arnold, how long will it take for the reinforcement to arrive? Yes, this force is too corrosive. Some of them can't hold on. Many mages felt the huge pressure and couldn't help but start to talk or complain again. However, they still gritted their teeth and continued to persevere. After all, when the nest is overturned, the eggs will be broken. And at this moment, buzz, accompanied by a wave of preferred energy, several red flame-colored transmission circles appeared inside the hall. Then, Lockhart, Morin and other mages walked out. And the leader was the Supreme Mage Ancient One. When the mages of the London Temple saw the Supreme Mage, they were obviously relieved. Mage Arnold said directly, "Supreme Mage, you are finally here. The attack power of this evil god is getting stronger and stronger, and we are almost reaching our limit." Guyi glanced at the mages present, nodded slightly, and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, the London Temple will be fine." As he spoke, Guyi waved one hand in the air, and as the energy surged, almost instantly, dense runes suddenly emerged. Then, Lockhart felt a huge force suddenly exploded, and the red flame-colored ripples quickly spread around. At the same time, the 3 tornadoes outside began to vibrate continuously, as if they were hit by some strong blow. As Guyi stretched out his hand and pressed down gently, boom. The dark yellow tornado outside the London Temple shattered. Everything returned to calm. Lockhart saw that Guyi easily suppressed the attack of the God of Dusk, and did not speak, but just followed quietly behind, wondering what he was thinking. After hearing the news at the New York Temple, he actually had no intention of going to the London Temple. However, the Supreme Sorcerer pointed out a few people, and he happened to be among them. When the guarding wizard Arnold saw that the enemy had been repelled after the arrival of the Supreme Sorcerer, a smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the Ancient One directly say, "Arnold, let's go to the core of the temple now." Hearing this, Arnold was a little confused, but did not say it out loud. He just nodded and said, "Okay, Supreme Sorcerer." After that, he took the lead and walked towards the depths of the temple. The Supreme Sorcerer walked forward calmly, and Lockhart followed closely behind. The light of the world is built with the 3 major temples as the core, which can resist the invasion of dimensional demons outside the earth. The Ancient One's plain voice sounded in his ears. After hearing it, Lockhart's heart skipped a beat, and then he listened attentively. At the same time, he also paid attention to the reactions of others, and found that it seemed that others did not hear the voice of the Supreme Sorcerer. Suddenly, he realized that this was the Supreme Sorcerer's voice to him. For the Earth, the existence of the 3 holy temples is of vital importance. It is the first barrier to protect the safety of the Earth. Therefore, all the dimensional demons hate the 3 holy temples and regard them as the primary target of attack. Hearing this, Lockhart glanced at the Supreme Sorcerer who was walking forward and nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard everything. "And the source of the light of the world is the God of Dusk, that I sealed before. To be precise, it is his origin core." Hearing this, Lockhart's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he heard of the origin core. However, he seemed to have touched the clue of becoming a dimensional god. And the Ancient One seemed to see what Lockhart was thinking, and continued to transmit the message. You can think of the origin core as the godhead of the gods in those fantasy novels. But it's not that important, because when you reach the corresponding realm, it can be repeatedly condensed, but it takes a lot of time and resources. You can use it as a powerful weapon and energy source. Of course, it is of great help to mages who have not yet reached the realm of dimensional demons. For the god of twilight, if he can obtain the origin core, he can quickly restore his strength and even regain his own dimension. Hearing this, Lockhart, who had not spoken, could not help but send a voice message to the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer, I wonder if you feel that this attack on the London Temple, it feels like a lot of noise but little rain. What do you think? Could it be that the god of twilight's target is not the London Temple? Could it be a conspiracy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? After hearing Lockhart's voice transmission, the Ancient One did not answer, but just walked quietly into the depths of the London Temple. It seemed that he had no idea. When Lockhart saw this scene, he sighed in his heart. However, a certain speculation in his heart was getting closer and closer. Supreme Sorcerer, what exactly are you going to do? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.